All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our February 3rd, 2026 City Council meeting. It is 7 p.m. Meeting's now in session. Any person wishing to address the City Council during oral communication must complete a speaker card that is provided at the entrance of the council chamber and submit the card to Assistant City Clerk prior to the commencement of oral communication. Speaker cards will not be accepted after oral communication has started. Tonight's invocation will be led by Rajan Zed, President, Universal Society of Hinduism, and South Hills High School student Lizette Donato will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise. Oh, and we have an announcement.
Mayor, if I may, we need a change for the invocation. We have Pastor Samuel Martinez from Amazing Love Ministries who's going to do our invocation this evening.
All right, perfect. We welcome Pastor.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, we remember the words of a young man who said once that sometimes the best prayers are the most simple. So, Heavenly Father, we just remember the words of King Solomon, who said that wisdom is a principal thing. Give us all wisdom, Father. Parents, wisdom in bringing up their children, Father. Give wisdom to, Father, our first responders. Give wisdom to police officers, our soldiers, Father. Give wisdom above all this evening to those that manage the affairs of the city. Give wisdom to our mayor. Give wisdom, Father, to our city council, our chief of police, city manager, Heavenly Father, fire chief, all our school teachers, Heavenly Father. And we pray that you direct our steps and that you direct the steps of our leaders. We thank you for West Covina. God bless America and God bless our beloved city of West Covina. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. And we'd like to invite South Hills High School student Lizette to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening. Remove your hats. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilman Wu.
Here.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Here.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Present. City Attorney, is there anything to be reported out of closed session?
There is no reportable action. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, on to presentations. I'd like to invite Shelby Williams from the NAACP, President, to the front.
Testing.
So they are here. 2026 marks a century of national commemorations of Black history. In 1925, when Dr. Carter G. Woodson planned the inaugural week-long observance of Black history, he could hardly have anticipated the imprint he would leave on this world. The Association for the Study of African Life and History has carried forth the tradition, and the observance have become part of the warp and weft of American culture and increasingly the global community. For our 100th theme, the founders of Black History Month urge us to explore the impact and meaning of Black history and the life commemorations in transforming the status of Black peoples in the modern world. For those who might not know, I've actually led the largest Black history festival and history paraded festival in Southern California. So I'm part of this. And I'd like to thank Shelby we just had our Martin Luther King Day, and she ran a fabulous event with our partner, San Gabriel Valley NAACP. And I wanted to thank you if you wanted to say a few words.
Okay, yes. Thank you so much for recognizing the 100th anniversary of the commemoration of Black history. To understand the modern world, especially nations where Black peoples from a significant population, one must grapple with the impact that the public observance have had for the past and the present. This year, when we are also commemorating the 250th anniversary of United States independence, it is important to tell not only an inclusive history, but an accurate one. We have never had more need to examine the role of Black History Month than we do when forces weary of democracy seek to use legislative means and book bans to erase Black history from America's schools and from public culture. Black history's value is not its contribution to mainstream historical narratives, but it is its resonance in the lives of Black people. We, the San Gabriel Valley NAACP branch, would like to thank the City of West Covina's Mayor and City Council for recognizing Black History Month for 2026.
Thank you. And on behalf of City of West Covina, we'd like to give a proclamation for the Black History Month. So thank you for being here and accepting this proclamation. I'd like to invite Lieutenant Weatherman to the front. Is he here? Yes. Okay. And this is in regards to the, we could like have West Covina Police Explorer posts come down as well. So on January 17 and 18, the West Covina Police Explorer Post 499 completed at TACComp in Chandler, Arizona. 8 explorers represented our department and competed in several events against police explorer posts from across the nation. I am proud to announce that our explorers received the following awards. First place, High Risk Stop. Third place, CNT. I'd like to congratulate all of the explorers who participated in this event and extend a sincere thank you to the advisors and the department members who have assisted in the development and training. Can you tell us a little bit about those awards?
Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about what we did out there. So, Mayor, members of City Council, if you don't know who I am, my name is Lieutenant Mike Weatherman. I'm honored to take a few moments to this evening to recognize the outstanding accomplishments of the West Covina Police Explorer Program and the explorers who proudly represented our city at the 2026 Chandler Tactical Competition, TACCOM, in Chandler, Arizona. The Chandler TACCOM is a nationally recognized competition that brings together police explorer posts from across the country. The event is designed to challenge participants through realistic law enforcement-based scenarios that test teamwork, communication, leadership, and tactical decision-making under pressure. This year, 8 of our West Covina Police Explorers competed against explorer posts from agencies nationwide. I'm proud to recognize the following explorers who represented our city: Explorer Blas, Explorer Rivera, Explorer Daniel Renteria, Explorer Damian Renteria, Explorer Joshua Ortega, Explorer Pena, Explorer Mubarak, Explorer Garcia. Their hard work and dedication resulted in the exceptional achievements of first place in high risk stop and third place in the counter narcotics team, or CNT. It's actually crisis negotiation team. Sorry about that. These events require precise coordination, sound judgment, effective communication, and a strong focus on officer safety. Earning first place in the high risk stop event and placing third in CNT reflects the discipline, the professionalism, and the teamwork demonstrated by our explorers. These accomplishments would not be possible without the commitment and mentorship of their dedicated advisors, the support of the department, and especially the support of the City Council. I would like to recognize and thank the following individuals for their leadership and support: CSO Jose Fuentes, Officer Daniel Gonzalez, Officer Michael Chang, Officer Alex Duarte, Officer Destiny Martinez, Officer Stephen De La Fuente, Officer Alex Cadilla, Officer Jennifer Ledesma, Officer Zilmara Salas, and the sergeants that oversee the unit: Sergeant Steve Spagan, Sergeant Jose Marquez, and Corporal Ian Paparo assisted with us from our SWAT team. Their guidance, training, and continued investment in our youth play a critical role in the success of our Explorer program. The West Covina Police Explorer program continues to be a tremendous asset to our community, developing future leaders, promoting positive police community relationships, and preparing young men and women for careers in law enforcement and public service. On behalf of the West Covina Police Department, I would like to congratulate our explorers and advisors for representing our city with professionalism and pride, and thank the City Council for its continued support of programs that invest in the future of West Covina.
That's truly amazing. These are our future officers, and we just wanted to thank you, especially about the crisis negotiation. So on behalf of City of West Covina, we'd like to present a certificate, first place and third place on, come on up, it's the picture. Congratulations. Up next, we'd like to honor Teacher of the Year, Rene Romero from South Hills High School. If I could have Mr. Rene Romero to the front, along with Dr. Josie Paredes, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. So, Covina Valley takes great pride in recognizing Mr. Rene Romero, the 2026 California Teacher of the Year, for his extraordinary service to students and public education. Mr. Romero is an 11th and 12th grade International Baccalaureate Language and Literature teacher at South Hills High School in the Covina Valley Unified School District, where he has made a lasting impact through his dedication, professionalism, and commitment to student success. As an International Baccalaureate teacher, Mr. Romero helps students make meaning from advanced, complex texts while developing their voices, confidence, and critical thinking skills. Drawing on his own background as an English learner from East Los Angeles, he creates an inclusive and supportive classroom where every student feels welcomed, challenged, and encouraged to thrive. His students consistently achieve outstanding results, including a 90% pass rate on the International Baccalaureate English examinations. This prestigious award is one of the profession's highest honors. This recognition reflects his strong instructional practice, his dedication to equity and inclusion, and his ability to create a classroom where every student feels supported to think deeply and succeed. So we always love our teachers. Any wise words from Teacher of the Year?
Thank you. It's really something to be recognized for the work that all teachers do. I'd like to thank the district for their support, my wife for her endless support, but most importantly, like the students, they make my job easy. And it's no, they really do. No, they really would impress you if you sit down and get to know them. They're game changers, and it's important to create a curriculum that's meaningful to them. And yeah, I love what I do.
Thank you. Would you like to say something?
Sure. Renee's very humble. He's probably one of the most humble teachers that we have around, and he doesn't realize what a big thing this is. He is Teacher of the Year for California. And so we're so excited, yes, to have one of our own teachers for Covina Valley. And just as he was getting the award, we have asked a lot of students, what do you think about, Mr. Romero? And this is by far one of their favorite teachers. He really does love the students. He really is patient. He wants to make sure that they're passing their classes. And he's a teacher in the International Baccalaureate classes, which is a very difficult class to pass and a test to pass. And he gets 90% of his students passing the test. So we just want to recognize how amazing he is. And we're so excited for him to go out through this year. He'll be speaking at several places and he'll be recognized all over the state of California. So let's give him a big hand.
That's a full year, 365 days. So we just wanted to say thank you. We love teachers. They make a big impact, and I'm sure the students appreciate and bring the students up. And so on behalf of City of West Covina, we'd like to present a certificate honoring Teacher of the Year. Congratulations. Great job.
Mayor.
Oh, his wife and family's here. Do you want to stand up so they can recognize? That's a big support team, so please recognize the award. Thank you. So up next, I'd like to recognize Lizette Donato, the student board member and the member of the mock trial team from South Hills High School. May you please come up to the front? So Miss Lizette Donato led us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. She is a student board member and a member of the mock trial team. Can you let us know what is your role on the student board and what the mock trial team is?
On the Board of Education for Covina Valley, I serve as a student board member, meaning I represent the voices of all of the students in my district. Mock trial, we compete. We get a case packet and we compete it as different roles like lawyers, witness. We have bailiffs, like all that. Personally, my last role was a prosecution attorney, and I've also played witness and defense attorney.
Wow, great job. Thank you. And thank you again for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So we'd like to recognize you as a certificate from the City of West Covina. Thank you. Thank you. So the new initiative that I implemented is the Taste of West Covina that we're highlighting businesses. And today we'd like to bring up, invite Melissa Rojas from Heavenly Flowers up to the front. Is she here? Oh, there she is. Nestled in the heart of West Covina, Heavenly Flowers has grown into more than just a florist. It's a community staple where flowers and heartfelt moments intertwine. Locals know it as a place to go when they want flowers that speak from the heart and arrangements that feel personal and thoughtful. Its designers blend classic craftsmanship with ever-changing floral trends. Whether crafting arrangements for wedding anniversaries, birthdays, or just because moments, the team dedicates technical skill and personal warmth to each creation. Heavenly Flowers is more than a place to buy flowers. It's part of the West Covina community, helping people celebrate milestones, comfort loved ones, and share beauty through all of life's seasons. For the month of February, Heavenly Flowers will offer a community discount of 15% of all in-store purchases to West Covina residents. To receive the discount, residents must present valid identification confirming West Covina residency. So we'd like to present a certificate, and many might not know, I remember we partnered a few years ago honoring one of our first high revenue generating Chick-fil-A, and they donated flowers to all the drive-through community, and that was for the Christmas Eve, and it was really nice. And one of the residents actually was visiting a family at the funeral, the cemetery, and she called, and there was another person that called because his wife had passed away and during the holidays, but receiving this meant a lot. So they, like they said, bring warmth, and they're right here in our community located. Oh, they can give you more information, but go ahead. Here you go.
We're located in West Covina Parkway in Glendora, right in the corner. You must have known it with Mario Defante. For many years, he was the owner, but luckily we had the privilege to take ownership over 9 years now. So we've been I grew up my entire life in West Covina, so I'm happy to be here, happy to serve you guys, and happy to be part of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. They do have their flyer up in the front, so if you entered or if you're leaving, make sure to pick one up. But, of course, you don't have to have the flyer. If you're a West Covina resident, come on and stop by and shop some flowers. Flowers brings joy to everyone. So on behalf of West Covina, thank you for your business here. Oh, wait. Actually, I didn't realize they had something shown up earlier about their flowers. So all their information is on the online that you could see. And I believe everything will be posted on the website as well. And now lastly, I'd like to recognize Cafe 86 and bring Grace Reyes to the front. Cafe 86 offers a thoughtfully crafted menu that blends cherished traditional recipes with modern culinary techniques. The cafe is best known for its signature purple yam ube desserts like ube leche flan cupcakes and its unique halo halo drinks inspired by classic comfort foods. Each item delivers bold, unforgettable flavors. More than just a cafe, Cafe 86 is a welcoming space where food brings people together, bridges culture, sparks conversation, and creates lasting memories. Guests are invited to experience a vibrant world of flavors, colors, and aromas on a culinary journey where tradition meets innovation and the unmistakable taste of ube shines in every bite. This February, Cafe 86 is proud to offer a community discount to our West Covina neighbors. West Covina residents will receive 10% off on all items with some restrictions applying. Simply present a valid ID confirming residency to enjoy the discount. And just like Heavenly Flowers, they do have a flyer out on the lobby that you're more than welcome to pick up, and along there's more information. So on behalf of West Covina, thank you. Everybody else, try their ube, all their favorites. Yep, thank you. Here, you could say something.
So I just want to say, so my family's lived in West Covina for 40 years, and so when we were looking to open our shop, this was the first city that we kind of looked at, and so we are actually we just opened last March, so we're actually celebrating our 1-year anniversary this March. And I just want to say, like, beyond the menu, our location has been like a community hub. We've been really trying to bring in a lot of people from outside of the city. And so we actively support like local artists, neighboring small businesses, and then creators of events. So we spotlight music, art and culture. So in March, actually, like Lucid Motors is coming over to do some like drive testing for the residents. And so we really are trying to bring in as many events that we can in that little strip of, we are in West Covina, downtown West Covina. I see Bunn Street here. So we're trying to revive that area, and so please come. I've tried to also partner with a lot of the other shops around the area, and so I just feel like being a community, and we all kind of help each other out, and so please come. And then we partner with the sticker store across, the Mexican store across, and so hopefully we'll get to see you this month of February.
They do have karaoke night, so you're all more than welcome to come and sing. They host that. They have different variety of events. They have many things, so come enjoy. And just like with all businesses that we are bringing up here and everyone else, please like them on social media, follow. Sometimes they offer best deals, special things, and take advantage of it and enjoy, eat, shop, play in West Covina. So on behalf of City of West Covina, we'd just like to thank you for Taste of West Covina. Okay, now for our city manager's report, which will be given by our acting city manager, Mylan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, our city electrician staff replaced field lighting at Walmerado Park. These updates ensure appropriate lighting of the sports fields and park during park hours for users of the park. On Friday, January 30th, the West Covina Police Department, in conjunction with Public Safety, conducted a coordinated enforcement operation addressing RV camping along Badillo Street, east of North Vincent Avenue. Over the past month, individuals had been parking RVs in this area in a fixed, long-term manner in violation of the California Vehicle Code. Staff observed activity included drug use and illegal dumping, creating ongoing public health and quality of life concerns, as well as a visual blight to the surrounding community. As a result of the operation, West Covina PD impounded two RVs and 3 vehicles. All occupants had previously been advised and probably noticed prior to the enforcement action. This location remains a priority, and staff will continue to closely monitor the area to ensure continued compliance. On tonight's agenda, as item number 11, the Public Works Department is requesting approval of the City Council to order the following number of picnic tables and water fountains to distribute across 16 of the city parks. 65 8-foot PVC traditional picnic tables, 38 8-foot PVC traditional ADA one-side-ended picnic tables, 4 LK outdoor pedestal fountains with a pet station, 7 LK outdoor upper bottle water filling stations, and 6 LK outdoor pedestal fountains. So this past week, city crew has been updating several red curbs throughout the city, which you'll see. This looks like on Francisquito and surrounding streets, including Sunset. Audit committee update on Wednesday, January 28th. I, along with our finance director, met with community members who have served on the audit committee to discuss next steps, future direction, and continued transparency and financial oversight. The discussion included the evolving role of the audit committee will play in the coming years. Moving forward, the audit committee will meet on a quarterly basis, with the city manager attending the committee meetings to support coordination, accountability, and open communication. On Saturday, January 24th, the Community Services Division held its annual in-service training from 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Cortez Park Community and Senior Center. This year's focus was customer service and featured keynote speaker Sonia Jimenez-Young, Superintendent of the City of Los Angeles. Opening remarks were provided by Mayor Leti Lopez Viado and myself, along with Assistant City Manager Roxanne Lerma, closing the training with a talk on what each individual brings to the table and the value they bring to this organization. A special thank you to Community Services team Susie Perez, Vanessa Ibanez, Leslie Godinez, Mikhail Kuhada, Leslie Bravo, Clarissa Romero, and Korea Albert for ongoing and delivering a comprehensive and engaging training for staff. Athens update, commercial deployments. Commercial deployments started last week on Monday and will be fully deployed by Wednesday of this week. Commercial accounts will continue waste assessments until accounts are right-sized. If you need Athens to provide a waste assessment and the right size containers, please call their toll-free number 888-336-6100. In addition to the deployment of the commercial bins, staff and Athens continue to meet with our local business community as we implement state mandated 1383 and working with individual businesses and groups of businesses to find the right fit and the right package for their trash service. Update on the residential deployments. Residential will be receiving blue carts throughout this week and next week. Your blue recycle cards are for recycling materials only, which include cardboard, aluminum cans, and glass. Please refer to Athens What Goes Where Guide at calrecyclemike.com. If you are unsure how to properly dispose of any item, green waste, food waste, and fiber-based food soil paper will be disposed in the green container only. Residents received newsletters in January and will continue to receive newsletters quarterly. Athens Services has issued a robocall to inform residents to leave carts curbside the entire service day for the next 3 weeks during the initial service adjustment period. Please make sure your calendars are also marked for the 2026 compost giveaways on May 2nd and also on November 7th, 2026. If you'd like to adjust your Athens services or container size, please contact Athens again at 888-336-6100. The City of West Covina will shortly welcome 2 new businesses to our community. Sunday Car Wash will celebrate grand opening and ribbon cutting ceremony this Saturday, February 7th. The community is invited to tour the new facility and enjoy a car wash. Sunday Car Wash is located at 301 South Vincent Avenue at the former site of the West Covina Car Wash. Home Goods will celebrate its grand opening and ribbon cutting ceremony on Thursday, March 19th. The new location will open at the Eastland Center at the former site of Burlington Coat Factory. On January 30th and 31st, West Covina Firefighters Association 3226 and West Covina Beautiful teamed up for a property cleanup on Alaska to remove overgrown vegetation on the property. Last week, the fire department used the Sportsplex for drivers training. Skills included diminishing lane, serpentine, and backing drills. Thanks to Engineer Bland for facilitating this very important training. Micro budget workshops will be every Friday, in March of 2026. We've dedicated each Friday for this. We have morning, afternoon, and evening appointments available. Please RSVP to dcompos at westcovina.org if you'd like to set up an appointment. Limited seats available. We'll be meeting with groups of 4 to 6 residents at a time to spend 2 to 4 hours going in detail to the budget process, different funding sources, expense, and income for the city if anybody is interested. Couples Connect, a workshop for couples. Reconnect, communicate, and strengthen your relationship at Couples Connect, a free and engaging workshop designed to help couples build healthier, more fulfilling partnerships. Join Mayor Lopez Viado and relationship coach Kelly Dupuy for a dynamic evening focused on overcoming common relationship challenges and learning practical tools you can use immediately, whether you are newlyweds or have been together for decades. Date is Thursday, February 12th, 2026, 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Community Center at Cortez Park. It's absolutely free, and dinner will be provided. Sponsored by Athens Trash Service. Upcoming events, again, Couples Connect on Thursday, the 12th, and that's all I have tonight, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to oral communications. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless modified by the presiding officer or the City Council. Requests to speak on agenda items will be heard prior to requests to speak on non-agenda items. Members of the public may not engage behavior that is disruptive to the orderly conduct of the meeting, including but not limited to speaking off topic, speaking beyond the speaker's allotted time limit, making slanderous or profane remarks, or using loud, threatening, or abusive language which disrupts, disturbs, impedes, or renders infeasible the orderly conduct of the meeting. Members of the public may not threaten any person with physical harm or act in a manner that may reasonably be interpreted as imminent threat or of physical harm. When you hear your name being called, you may sit in the front row designated for public speakers. The timer will start when your name is called. Assistant City Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
Mayor, we have 19 speakers this evening.
Okay, go ahead and proceed.
Our first speaker is John Shoemaker, followed by Marcia Solario, followed by Josh Murray.
Good evening, everyone. I just have a quick one. I've requested, some accommodations, and I understand they may be coming through, but I haven't seen them. But what I found absolutely amazing is we have a member of this council who is constantly requesting accommodations, demanding accommodations, threatening lawsuits for accommodations. When I got up here and asked for one, what did he do? He was silent. It seems like somebody who wants accommodations and is behind people who have disabilities, he'd been the first one to say, we got to help this man. But he sits there silently. He doesn't care. It's about him, not about helping the public. Prime example is he's walked in on a couple occasions with stacks of documents and everything else. And my understanding is he didn't give a preview copy to a member of our city council, our mayor pro tem, who was blind. So he'd have a heads up on what's going on. How can you be so concerned about yourself and not anybody else? I remember about 25 years ago, or probably 30 years ago now, meeting Cami Polis. She was on the school board for a number of years. She had a son who was disabled. Even when her son was no longer in school, she was a champion for children with disabilities. So they got good educations and got what was needed. That was a person who was concerned about the issue, not themselves. And what also gets me is I have no problem getting up here and saying, I need an accommodation because of 2 strokes that I had. But some are trying to hide. Why would you hide if you're open? You want transparency. Wouldn't you want to brag and show, even with all these issues, I can still serve. I'm still helping the public. But maybe when some of those accommodations are things like, I don't know, the free meal that I'm given, I need it to come from Jersey Mike's and not Porto's. You mean they don't have anything that you can eat? It just doesn't make any sense of what's there. So again, hopefully I'll see the documents and it'll be satisfactory, but I'm still waiting for, somebody, who says, we need to help this man instead of just complete and utter silence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Marcia Solario, followed by Josh Murray, followed by Steve Bennett.
Good evening. Sorry, it's been a long day, so I'm just going to read. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and residents. My name is Marcia Solorio. I am a 25-plus year resident and until recently, chair of the Audit Committee. I am here tonight, as some may know, on my birthday, to comment on item number 12. First, I want to thank our new finance director for promptly addressing our questions regarding the rules and regulations attachment. I truly appreciate the timely response. Second, and more importantly, I'm here to respectfully urge the council members who will be serving on the audit committee to ensure that the appointments are approved this evening. As Mr. Grivage has noted in prior council meetings, the audit committee has not met since April of 2025. In whatever form the council ultimately deems appropriate, the audit committee needs to resume performing its duties. Our residents deserve that level of oversight and accountability. Do I hope the committee is approved as recommended by city staff? Absolutely. We had a strong, well-rounded committee that was just beginning to find its footing, and changing course now would be a disservice. That said, the primary objective remains clear: to get the audit committee back on a regular quarterly meeting schedule. Lastly, if this is my goodbye, I want to sincerely thank the council members, past and present, who appointed me and supported my continued service over the years. And of course, a huge thank you to my incredibly smart and passionate fellow committee members who entrusted me with the imaginary gavel for most of my time on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Josh Murray, followed by Steve Bennett, followed by Tina Freeman.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Josh Murray. I am here on behalf of West Covina Library. I want to invite the teens of the community to the Teen Advisory Board meeting taking place tomorrow, Wednesday, February 4th at 4 p.m. Teens will collaborate on next month's teen programs, teen library topics, and provide the librarian with insight on what our teens want in their library. Also, children ages 5 to 12 with their parent or caregiver are invited to celebrate African American and Black History Month, along with the Winter Olympic Games at our Winter Sports Medal Winners program on Wednesday, February 11th from 3:30 to 4:30 p.m. Children will learn about some notable African American winter sports athletes, and then they'll make and decorate winning medals from clay. Registration's available on our website, lacountylibrary.org, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Steve Bennett, followed by Tina Freeman, followed by Doug Ford.
First off, happy birthday. I think I would lead happy birthday for you, but they're going to count my time down, so it's okay. Council, good to see you. I know you guys miss me. Every time I'm here, it's always smiles, except for one person. So it's always fun. I want to bring up something that I think we need to talk about. So a meeting ago, You guys held in closed session a discussion with real property negotiators located at 1501 Del Norte. And the person you were meeting with to discuss terms is, I think it's MLC Holdings, which is Meritage, who's the developer at the Del Norte school. Here's the problem. You're not meeting with real property negotiators because they don't own the property yet. Tony, you know how title deeds work. You have to close escrow before a title deed is switched over. Huh, Tony? You're a real estate guy. Am I correct? So ironically, I pulled the title deed on that through a friend of mine, and it's still the school district. So we don't have, as a city, the right to negotiate with a real property that we're not even talking to the owner. They haven't closed escrow. And why haven't they closed escrow? Because ironically, that's in front of the Planning Commission right now for development. They're holding a public hearing that's held open right now. So you guys are openly interfering on a closed session item with an item that's before your own Planning Commission on a public hearing. There's a lot of question to that. Why? Well, could it be a potential quid pro quo that you're asking for, I don't know, an acre or two of them to be donated to the city or renegotiated with the school district, even though they don't technically own the property yet, and their agreement with the district has kind of already been approved by the school district, contingent on you guys approving the planning division? So quid pro quo could be that you want this property to be given to the city as something, but the developer wants their development approved. That's the definition of a quid pro quo. They get something, you get something. The problem is where does that legally land? It's a Brown Act violation. That's what it is. It's a Brown Act violation. And it would probably have been on this week's closed session, but our city attorney finally woke up from his nap that he's so commonly in here and decided that it probably wasn't legal to do. I notice we have a different city attorney tonight, thank you, and it's by no means a dig on her, because it's the other city attorney who sits in here with an alarm clock every time, he's here. So my question to you guys is, legally, you weren't negotiating with a property owner because, Tony, as you just said, they're not on title. So I have to ask you, why were we negotiating with them? Was it a quid pro quo? I guess we'll find out.
Tina Freeman, followed by Doug Four, followed by Sherry Barillion.
30 years, and I finally made it here. I'm Tina Freeman, the owner of Tina's Tavern in West Covina. And I love West Covina's finest law enforcement. Thank you, guys, because you are my champs. Anyway, I'm here, two things, actually. Athens trash. As you guys know, I never make it to a meeting, but I am now. My understanding was, am I allowed to ask a question or no? When you guys voted, my understanding was the business people all thought it was going to be a 17% increase on Athens trash. And we're all dying out here trying to make a living. I'm a single mom. My daughter's going to be a veterinarian in 2 years. And it's a rough time for all of us. Sorry. And if any of you owned a business, I just don't see how you could have voted something that's a 70% increase on everybody. It's wrong, it's outrageous, and I feel like maybe no one up here has ever owned their own business because it's tough times right now. And whether it was or wasn't a tough time, that kind of increase is ludicrous. I think it's uncalled for, and the fact it wasn't taken off the agenda to at least get more business people here to defend ourselves and be lied to about the 17% increase that's now over 70 is it's unwarranted. It's wrong, and everyone I feel should be ashamed of themselves that voted 5-0 is my understanding. And as a single mom trying to make a living, this was so wrong in every way, shape, and form. My understanding, I don't know for a fact, could be hearsay. I hear the city of West Covina got a $1.5 million donation later from Athens. I could be wrong. I'm just saying. So on that note, I don't know what we're just all sitting ducks out here. There's nothing we could do. But I just feel like this was so wrong in every way, shape, and form. And And on that note, I just want to bring something else. I'll get off Athens. I'm just telling you how I feel. As a business person, what happened to us out here is wrong, number one. Number two, the other thing I want to bring up, actually, G, right here, about a year ago, told me about this wonderful thing called the trespass letter, okay, for us, because we're always battling homeless, crime, trash, stuff being dumped, stabbings outside, shootings, whatever, okay? And we have to deal with a lot of homeless people, okay? God bless them. The thing I love is that law enforcement does try and get them help, okay? But this trespass law or letter, I have signed, got to sign up, a trespass, and at least it's something, I'm going to tell you right now, law enforcement has done a great job. I don't know if you guys are here. Thanks to every darn one of them. I get graffiti, I send it, I get graffiti, I send it to the lieutenant.
That's time.
And I want to,
But it's okay. You're more than welcome to email, and the city manager will answer everybody's comments. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Doug Four, followed by Sherry Baroyan, followed by Matthew. I might be saying this last name starts with a P.
Hello, my name is Doug Four. I live in District 5. I have 3 businesses in District 3. I've been told by people in this room that I'm lying, that I am only being charged 17%. That I've only been charged 17%. And I have my proof here. I have copies for you guys, audience. I have copies to pass out. They're getting passed out behind me. I did get charged. Look at my bills. 71% increase on trash fees. 71% increase on city franchise fee. Another 71% increase on the waste management fee. Numbers don't lie, people lie. Let's talk about the lies. Enclosed in here also is a letter from Neil, our assistant city manager, stating that there's only a 17% increase, which is a lie. He also said that at the 12/16 meeting that he would explain in full detail and in depth. He lied again. He never explained anything. Look at the email. It's in this packet. We have had the vice president of Athens here, Liz, on 12/16. Tony, you asked her 2 times at the 58-minute mark and the hour and 3-minute mark about the 17% increase. She lied to you. Ms. Diaz, thank you for attending today's meeting. It was awesome. We appreciate you there. You asked her, and you even included my business, thank you very much, about the 17% increase at the 1 hour and 7-minute mark. She lied to you. Ollie, you asked her at the 1 hour and 11-minute mark about the 17% increase. She lied to you. Brian, you asked her several times. Your last time you asked her was at the 1 minute and 12-second mark. She lied to you. Staff report dated 12/16 stated that a 13.5% increase was negotiated in November. What happened between November and December to move it from 17% to move it from 13.5% to 17 to 301% increase? What happened? Why? I have asked this several times. How much money did Athens need to raise to comply with this Senate bill? No one wants to answer. How much money did these increases make for Athens' pockets? Residents, I'm going to run out of time, but there are fees for you guys. We are all getting fees increased again on July 1st. Businesses also. It's in here. I spent 20 hours going through this contract this weekend. I have a lot more to say, but I only have 20 seconds. There is also a fee that's going on your tax roll for $39.13. There's also another bulky item pickup fee. It's in this packet I sent out. There's a fee for that also from here on out. The city did get $1.5 million. They're going to get it every single year. And I have a lot more to say, but my time's up.
Sherry Baroyan, followed by Matthew. Sherry Baroyan, followed by Matthew, followed by Maurice Wilder.
My name is Sherry Barellin. I'm a resident here of 60 plus years. And this Athens is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. Ridiculous. This council, whether these people know it or not, we, the city, are getting $1.5 million this year from Athens. You have said you want to hire 10 new policemen on the backs of our businesses, which their price is going to increase for us. You're going to ruin the businesses. No reason you guys, this is a multi-billion-dollar contract. Pull the contract back. Tell them you want changes. Don't take the $1.5 million for them. Use $1 million of that money to put back into save the businesses so it doesn't cost all of us to get this done. That's on the Athens thing. And thank you, Doug, for bringing all this up and publicly. The other thing I want to bring up is other different things is our health department. I'm tired of council saying we know the people want the health department. We know that the residents want us to run the sportsplex. We know that the city wants us to run a chamber, which we know the chamber running is illegal. And if the attorney had done his job in 501c3 or 501c6, it's illegal to run a chamber in the city. Now, we have an election coming up, and 3 people on this council are up for election. So why leave it to saying to a handful of people, we want the health department? Add it on the ballot. How many people want the health department? Yes or no? How many people want the city running the sportsplex? Yes or no? How many people think we should have a chamber when we know it's illegal? Yes or no? Give us the opportunity to prove to this council that you guys are doing the wrong thing. It's your job to run the city of West Covina, not to run pothole businesses in the city of West Covina down. Thank you.
Matthew P., followed by Maurice, followed by Gilbert.
Well, good afternoon. We meet again. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm in the Valley Light Industries. I started out in 2008. I was going on the city of West Covina. I volunteered into the county where I'm currently working right now. I got my associate's degree in kinesiology, recreational sports leading. And I'm here to renew the contract with Valley Light and the bus crew. It was a great opportunity for me. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but in the mornings I went to work. I did my job. And then in the afternoon, I volunteered into the county where I'm currently now. And I did over 1,600 hours for the county while I was in school. And I was coaching football. Sorry, I have the speech prepared, but I'm just going to speak from the heart. And I think we need to bring back the West Covina bus crew. Look at these guys. Look at Jay. Look at Gilbert. Look at all these bus crews. Go around the city. Sit with them. Watch them. Watch the pride that they take in cleaning these bus shelters. They're amazing. And I promise you, if you guys take a time, Rose, Oyler, Letty, Tony, Brian, I challenge you guys to take one day, watch them clean it. Look at the pride that they have. They're angels. They're angels doing their job. And we need to bring it back because it's encouraging, it's inspiring, and they love their job. And I was a part of that team. I was a part of that, and I watched it, and I knew they were great people. And I stand beside them. So thank you for this moment. And now I'm going to go coach. I want to coach. I'm a coach. I fell in love with coaching because of my amazing job, my amazing team. Gilbert Venegas, who is an honor man. He loves his job. And he trained a lot of other successful clients who worked at Valley Light. And now they do this. Now they do Radioneros, Laverne College, PPA, and all the agencies. And it started with this community. Started with West Covina and the bus crew. So let's bring it back. We know what to do. We know what's right. Thank you for this moment.
Maurice Wilder, followed by Gilbert Villegas, followed by Johnny Knights, Maurice Wilder. Maurice Wilder. The next speaker after Maurice is Gilbert, followed by Johnny.
Oh, can you speak to the speaker, the mic?
Hello, council members. Let's see, where can I start? What I liked working for the bus crew is it felt like I was giving more to the community. I got to know more, how you say it? For example, there was one incident that when we were cleaning a bus stop, a homeless guy, like around my age, he was already clean for, he was clean for us. And what touched me the most was the fact that he said that we inspired him to clean up, because nowadays the bus stops that I'm seeing, they're filthy right now. That's what I loved working for.
Thank you.
Gilbert, followed by Johnny, followed by Maria.
Hi, how's everybody doing this evening?
Yeah, you can bring it down too.
Me go down?
Oh, no, not you. No. The mic can go up and down.
Anyway, just thank you for letting us be here. I work for the West Covina Center. We had the contract with the bus crew. Remember, Mayor was out there. But we took pride in what we did, just like your police department, just like your fire department for West Covina. There was a lot of pride in my crew. You heard the guys talking. There was a homeless guy that told us that we impressed him by doing what we're doing. But, God, I'm so a little nervous here, but I'm trying to, but Mayor out there, he went out there one time and seen us working, and he took a picture of us working. And we did a lot for you guys. We love working for you guys. We had so much pride. They had pride. What they would talk about working for the city of West Covina. They had their badge on. Their badge, and they were so proud of working for you guys. We did a lot for you guys, too. We, summertime, we used to deliver water. We used to give water to the elderly, to the children on summertime. And the crew, they decided to do that. They bought it with their own money. They bought the water, and we'd pass it out to the people. And when anything was wrong with the bus benches, we would let you guys know. We'd call our supervisors, and our supervisor would call you guys. Graffiti, anything that was wrong. But we got a lot of compliments. They would tell us, why don't you go to Pomona and start cleaning their benches? But just thank you, all of you. Thank you very much, all of you. And my men, I'm proud of them. I'm proud of what they do. Matt Brusinski, what he did. But just God bless you, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to work for you guys. God bless you, and the wish that you want may come true for you and your family. Thank you very much.
Johnny, followed by Maria, followed by Sage.
My name is Johnny Castillo-Nidas, and I am speaking on behalf of my son, Michael, who works for Valley Line, cleaning the buses. And I don't know how many years he's been there, but I lost count because he's been there so long, and he's been working there. And once I heard about him losing the contract, he sort of out of place. He didn't know, well, what am I going to do now? Well, I told him there are other places that they have there, I'm pretty sure, but he hasn't been working since the time of the loss of the contract. He hasn't been himself. But I do know that it helped him a lot, that he got up every morning, would go to work, and he was very proud of himself. And I was very proud of him for being involved in a job that was paying him and being responsible, putting money in the bank, paying his bills, and helping around the house. Now he has an opportunity to work at a different facility, and he's a little more happier now. Before that, he wasn't really doing very much, just waiting to see another opportunity, and now he has an opportunity. But he does want to go back to work for the bus routes, cleaning the bus stations at the city of West Covina, and he took pride in that, a lot of pride. And, I was very proud of him, I look forward to see him go back if the contract is given back to them, because, Coach Gilbert was very good, and he always told me that your son is very hardworking, and he's a good job. He's very good at that, So, and I also hope that they bring Coach Gilbert back, because it was like a small family, And I appreciate your time for hearing this, and I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maria, followed by Sage. So Maria, followed by Sage, followed by Julie.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Maria Amaya, and I'm here representing Valley Light. I am the chairperson for the agency. For months, I had been reading, contemplating statements that were made by a council member here. And in that, we have been rising above that statement or statements made by a specific council member. And in my research, I read this council member's bio, and I thought, wow, this person is absolutely amazing. But after the incidents, I feel that this council member is just absolutely amazingly disappointing for the agency and the city. Valley Light, we strive to celebrate our clients' challenges and triumphs. We also advocate for our clients. We also hope that our client stories inspire the community as a whole. We hold true values for our agency and our clients. And the statement made here in this council member's bio, it shows that there's a testament that what is impossible is always possible, and we feel the same way. That Valley Light, we hope that today our testament will show that what is impossible actually possible. And we also feel that, I feel that this council member's bio does not reflect their action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sage Newman, followed by Julie, followed by Nada. Nada? N-A-D? Nada, okay. Sage. Julie. So I'm going to call Ivan, followed by Julie, followed by Nada.
Hi, my name is Ivan. I'm actually the Director of Operations for Valley Light. I wanted to go and read a letter that was presented or prepared by Hunt Ortman, a law attorney group. It was directed to Brian Gutierrez. Dear Sir, our firm represents Valley Light Center for Social Advancement,
In the mic, yeah.
Our firm represents Valley Light Center for Social Advancement, a nonprofit organization that has served the West Covina community for decades and employs adults with developmental disabilities through its supported programs. This letter concerns the false and defamatory statements you made about Valley Light during a recent public city council meeting of West Covina. During your public comments, you stated and implied, among other things, that Valley Light was not performing contracted services, Valley Light was not cleaning bus shelters, Valley Light may have engaged in fraudulent billing practices, Valley Light may not be properly paying its workers, implying wage law violations, and that complaints existed regarding Valley Light's work, despite no such complaints ever having been submitted to the city or communicated to Valley Light. The statements were made without evidence, investigation, or factual basis, and were presented as statements of fact, not opinion, to a public body and audience that included city officials and members of the public who are involved in public contracting decisions that have economic impact on Valley Light. Your statements are demonstrably false. As of the date of this letter, Valley Light has no documented complaints on record with the city. Valley Light has performed consistently and continuously under its contract for decades. Valley Light maintains a time-stamped documentation, photographic records of its work. Valley Light has repeatedly been asked by the city to take on additional work, including emergency and supplemental services. Valley Light has been repeatedly complimented for its excellent provisions of services to the city. There is no evidence whatsoever of fraud, wage violations, failure to perform, nor any other allegation you recklessly raised at the City Hall meeting. By publicly asserting false claims that impugn Valley Light's honesty and legal compliance, you expose Valley Light to reputational harm, loss of economic opportunities, including donor goodwill. Knowingly and recklessly making false statements of fact that harm an organization's reputation constitutes defamation under California law. When those statements concern the quality of services, business integrity, they may also constitute trade libel in intentional interference with prospective economic advantage. Your statements are particularly harmful given that Valley Light employs adults with developmental disabilities, individuals who are entitled to dignity and protection from discriminatory, stigmatizing public accusations. Thank you.
Julie, followed by Nada, followed by Sage.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak here. My name is Julie Wallach, and I am a certified custom employment specialist for the Valley Light Industries in the city of Azusa. What I do is I find employment and customize it around the clients that are looking for work. And I'm happy and excited to hear that you're getting 2 new businesses in West Covina that I can go interfere into and find work for my clients. I am currently working with a client at the moment that used to be on the bus crew. Well, I'm trying to find employment because there's no longer a bus crew for her to participate in for the city of West Covina. She has told me, actually today I engaged with her and she says, Julie, I take the bus to work and I noticed that the buses in the bus stops in the city of West Covina aren't looking as sparkly as they used to. So I just wanted to share my testimony with you from her, and that I try to find these individuals work in the city of West Covina because some of them live in the city of West Covina. So I appreciate your time. That's all I have to say. I do have business cards for anybody who has a business. We're trying to find employment for some of my clients. So I will leave some here on the podium for you and also on the table outside upstairs. Okay, thank you very much for listening. I appreciate your time.
Nada, followed by Sage, followed by Brian Calderon Tabatabay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nada Saleh. I work with Valley Light Center for Social Advancement. Is a nonprofit organization that works with individuals with special ability. Valley Light Center is doing really meaningful work. Every day we support individuals in building independence, confidence, and life skills that truly improve their quality of life. Our focus has always been on dignity, choice, and inclusion, and that continues to guide everything we do. One of the highlights that one of our individuals has been invited to Sacramento to meet with the legislators. Woo! We are proud of where we are and excited about where we are going. And many of our individuals are West Covina residents. And I would like also to share during their free time, they like to make beanies and scarves. And they like to give it to the Riverbed Outreach and others as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sage, followed by Brian Calderon Tabatabai, followed by Glenn Kennedy. Sage Newman.
Okay, I need to make sure I'm looking at the right person. Brian? Oh, he moved.
Yeah, I finally moved.
Oh, okay, good. Brian, this is just a fraction of the people that supported you when you ran for office. We were so excited, Brian, to have someone with a different ability. I'm sorry. Is it right here? Am I right?
The audience can hear you.
Now you got to give me 5 extra seconds.
No problem.
With a different ability, we were so excited. We were your cheerleaders. We were behind you. And you know what? You attacked us. That's the way you thanked us, by attacking our agency, attacking the integrity of our agency without even doing your homework. You were supposed to represent us better than that, Brian. I am so disappointed. I have a couple of board members that don't want to come here because you have made it a practice to retaliate against people that say things that you don't like. And you do it through AI, may I say. The cease and desist order that Ivan read, that's from a real attorney, Brian. Okay? Not AI, a real attorney. And you will not come at my people. It's a shame that I have board members that don't even want to show their face because you intimidate them. You have taken a beautiful, different ability and you've made it into something ugly. Autism is beautiful. I've worked with many clients that had autism, that, in addition to my 43-year-old son, who is autistic. So you've harmed a lot of people. You've harmed my son. No one is going to want to take on autism or someone with autism because they've seen how you behave. And they don't want to take that on. It's been ugly. You have taken something. Maya Angelou said, diversity brings beauty and strength. Brian, you've made it into something ugly and unappealing. We'll be lucky if Julie can place some of our clients who have autism into gainful employment because you sat up here and you have weaponized it. You've taken your different ability and you used it not to champion disabilities, but to weaponize it. And you also exploited it. And you are very dangerous to be on that council right now for persons with disabilities.
Thank you. Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Calderon Tabatabai, followed by Glenn Kennedy, followed by Mario Sobervano.
Thank you. Just want to thank Valley Light and all the community members who've come out and done so much great work over the years. And Sage, thank you for providing that opportunity. I'm here tonight. A lot's been going on. So I did want to get into the record here in the city of West Covina and acknowledge those that have been murdered by ICE and in detainment and through shootings. Renee Nicole Good, Alex Preddy, Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, Keith Porter Jr., Henry Donaldo Ruiz Guillen, Serawit Gazigan Dajin, McSham Charniek, Juan Alexis Teneo Martinez, Brian Rayo Garzon, Non Nocnion, Marie Angie Blase, Abelardo Avellana Delgado, Jesus Molina Vella, Johnny Novielo, Tien Xuan Fan, Chafong Je, Lorenzo Antonio Batres Vargas, Oscar Rascon Duarte, Ismael Ayala Uribe, Delvin, Francisco Rodriguez, Geraldo, Lunas Campos, Victor Manuel Diaz, Paraday, Luis Baltran, Yanez Cruz, Luis Gustavo Nunez Caceres, and the others that we don't know about. I'm here because LA County on January 13th passed an ICE-free zones in LA County. And I provided the mayor pro tem, the city manager, and the city attorney a copy of that. Plus, I also provided all the council members, including the mayor, city attorney, and city manager, a resolution that West Covina can do. LA County, when they wrote theirs, they modeled it hoping that all 88 cities in LA County would also adopt a similar measure. And what this measure does is it really protects the community from having our public spaces that we pay our tax dollars to, our parks, our community centers, the areas that we gather as a community, to keep them safe from having to interact with DHS, Border Patrol, and ICE. Again, when we look to congregate as community, we look to do it with joy, with love, and to know that we are safe. We don't do it to be around masked men with assault rifles that put our lives in danger. And so I hope that the council will take a moment to look at this resolution, take time with it, and hopefully it'll show up on a future agenda. I appreciate all you do, and thank you for your time.
Glenn Kennedy, followed by Mario, followed by Ray Vincent Vargas Jr.
Good evening, West Covina. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm Glenn Kennedy. I represent the Historical Society, and yes, it's that time of the month again. So this Friday, we are having our meet and greet, 7 o'clock, 338 Glendora Avenue. Everybody here is welcome to join. This month, we will be doing West Covina K9. So we also are moving along with our roundtable. That's every Thursday, the first and third Thursday of every month at 6 o'clock, 6 to 8. Anybody is interested in history in the city of West Covina and the surrounding areas. That's all. Thank you very much and have a beautiful evening.
Mario, followed by Ray Vincent Vargas.
Hello, Council. Let's see here. One quick note. Item 11. I am biased because I am a pet owner, dog lover. I think all the fountains should be with pet stations, not just 4. All right. So moving on, I am here representing the West Covina Business District, Historic West Covina Business District, and its 26-member businesses, organizations. At the December 15th City Council meeting, prior to the Council's 5-0 vote approving the Athens Amendment, we formally requested that the city review the proposed trash rate increase impacting businesses. That request remains unanswered. What businesses are now experiencing is not a 17% increase. In many cases, one franchise fees, surcharges, and bundled services are applied. The real increase ranges from 17% to well over 100%, approaching 300% for certain line items. While residential rates remain largely unaffected, this is a business-only burden, and it is creating immediate financial strain across West Covina. The historic West Covina Business District is requesting City Council action in two specific ways. First, we ask that City establish a stakeholder committee to develop a fair and equitable trash rate structure. This committee should include local businesses, residents, city staff, Athens representatives, hospitals, and civic organizations so that impacts, alternatives, and mitigation strategies can be openly discussed before further action is taken. Second, we request immediate financial relief for West Covina businesses by returning the approximate $1.5 million in newly received franchise fee revenue back to the business community. These funds were not previously budgeted or relied upon and should be used now to offset the financial hardship this decision has created. Additionally, we respectfully request that all city-imposed trash-related fees on businesses be temporarily waived until a fair and transparent plan is developed and approved. The historic West Covina Business District is not asking to avoid compliance with state law. We are asking for collaboration, transparency, and equity. We will continue to seek a revised amendment approved by this council that reflects a business-friendly West Covina and demonstrates that the city values its local businesses as partners, not revenue sources. In closing, I want to talk on a personal observation with regards to municipal analogs. When the city was looking to justify bringing a health department, we were compared to Burbank, Long Beach, Pasadena, to justify, that of bringing a health department. When you wanted to reduce the time speaking from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, we looked at cities like Covina, El Monte, Baldwin Park to justify that. I'm wondering why, we did not look at that for the Athens contract. We're not reinventing the wheel here. Athens is implementing this for the last 4 years across other municipalities. A simple request by staff to research how it is being rolled out in other cities, I think would have been warranted. Thank you.
Ray Vincent Vargas Jr.
Good evening. First off, I want to give props and appreciation to Doug and Tina's Tavern. You guys see what you guys are doing. You guys are destroying small businesses here in West Covina because of the greed. That's shameful of you guys. Also, I want to give props and recognition to Tony Cortina and his staff. I talked to Tony at last meeting about heavy equipment going up and down south and north on Vincent. He got patrol up there and eliminated that. And I also want to give props and recognition to the fire department. They're up and down all over West Covina. I see them a lot at my place, up and down north on Vincent, south on Vincent. They're doing a fantastic job. The three of you here, I hope, I heard 3 elections are going to be coming up pretty soon. I hope it's the 3 that got to be replaced right away. Tony and the fire department, thank you for your services. Let's see. There's a big corruption. We all know it. Tony asked me last meeting, Ray, what's the problem? What's the problem? Mr. Cortina, the problem is here. The three corrupted council people. Steve Bennett came up. He said what he said. The guy's to the target and to the point. Some of you guys don't like it. Some of you guys sit here with bulldog faces, but he says it the way it is. It's the truth. Brian Gutierrez, we elected him. He got several and majority of the votes because we wanted somebody to do something in our district. We wanted to see change. He's digging, he's discovering, and he sees the corruption here. He's fighting an uphill battle because he's doing it all alone. It's not easy when everybody's against you. Mylon, you know what's going on? If you know what's going on, say something. Don't get comfortable where you're at, and don't try and secure your employment, make sure the residents, the community, and the city is good. You know, I'll have more respect for you when I see that.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a late submission of a speaker card if you would like to hear it.
Go ahead.
Yes. Yes. Colleen Rosati.
Is that a cry?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you allowing me to speak. I just wanted to take a moment. West Covina Beautiful, thank you, Chief Brown, for acknowledging us with the slideshow this evening. We really appreciate it. For those of you that don't know, West Covina Beautiful is the oldest nonprofit here in the city, established 78 years ago, and I'm the current president and CEO, and proud to be so. Recently, we had a huge project this past weekend, a program that started in 2018, #Impact. My daughter and I, Ashley, noticed that City of West Covina was looking a little tired, and we decided to make a difference, as cliche as that sounds. So we got together with some important community sponsors and partners and decided, how can we combat the disarray that's going on in West Covina? Excuse me. So we pulled together some dynamic community partners who are still our community partners today: Athens, Suburban Water, Royal Coaches, McIntyre, Ecosystems, etc. There's a tenant foundation. They stepped up and helped us with a few funds to get the ball rolling. This past weekend, we were asked by the city, code enforcement, to see if we could help some senior citizens. A 95-year-old woman who has dementia and her daughter, who is almost 70, live in a beautiful home in South Hills. It's exquisite. It was overgrown. It hadn't been taken care of in probably about 5 years. Code enforcement had cited them many, many, many times. And I don't know if you're aware, but at some point, if nothing is done, it gets turned over to the district attorney and even further receivership by the city. And if you know what that means, it means that the city could take the property, remodel, fix it up, and then sell it. And then those folks would have to be relocated. So we stepped in. We called our community partners, the Firefighters Association 3226. They came out in force. I'm going to tell you, those guys are maniacs with power tools. Sean Weiss was out of control. Anyway, we filled up a dumpster, a roll-off, which is the size of a semi, that was donated for free by Athens to help these seniors in need. We beautified that property. People have driven by it 4 times and said, I couldn't find the house. Where is the house? You can now see the house that you couldn't see 2 weeks ago. So we're happy to partner again with the fire department, Athens Services, Suburban, Tenant Foundation, and all of our community partners. Thank you for coming out. My board of directors, my students from West Covina High School, go Bulldogs, and from Mecca, they were there raking, hoeing, and pulling weeds. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mayor.
So, Acting City Manager, will you please respond to all the public comments, concerns?
Quite a few tonight, Madam Mayor. I'll start working backwards here. Colleen, thank you for your work with West Covina Beautiful, identifying your community partners, working with Fire Department, Local 3226. I'm aware of the property that you and the crew cleaned up, and citations were not issued, but they were noticed many times that the property needed to be cleaned. I'm glad that our staff was able to work with your group to get this property cleaned. Ray Vargas, thank you for thanking our police department, our fire department for the great work they do. They are very responsive. They are out and about doing the best they can. And for my position here, as I mentioned to Doug Ford, one of the very first meetings, my focus is on the community first. And I'm not married to this position, so if you see me back on the streets, so be it. But it is the community first. I'm working on transparency, making the city more accountable, and doing the best for this community that I can while I'm up here. For Mario, Sherry, Doug, Tina, thank you for speaking on the implementation of 1383 and some of the complications that's come along with that. I know Athens is currently working with residential. More specifically, they're also working with the business community, trying to address some of the concerns that have been brought forward. That being said, the City Council has tasked me with meeting with Athens. As soon we're meeting tomorrow, and then we're meeting weekly to address the concerns, the ideas, and the things you've brought forward. So I just want you to understand that you are being heard. The council has heard you, and they have asked me to accelerate my work with this project. As you know, this project was going on for multiple years and just recently got approved, but it started back maybe 6-8 years ago when this first started. Doug, with your questions and the limited time I have, I'm going to send you a detailed email tomorrow to answer. I wrote down all your questions with specifics, so you have it in print. You can share it with the business community, and hopefully that gets some relevant and correct information out there to everybody. From there, we can move forward and work with your business community on the Glendora district, as well as throughout the city as we implement 1383 and address some of the hiccups and concerns that have been brought forward. Brian Calderon Tabatabai, thank you for bringing the handouts and samples today and speaking on federal activities within the city. Glenn Kennedy, thank you for your work with the Historical Society. And again, your meeting this Friday, 7 p.m. at 338 Glendora. Was Glenn still here? Glenn, I did see you on social media and doing your podcast, some great information and historical information about the city. For Ivan, Nada, Julie, Maria, Johnny, Gilbert, Maurice, Matthew, and especially Sage, we do appreciate and thank you for the work that you've done within our community for many years. The people that work the streets, our police, fire, public safety, they recognize the hard work and dedication that you put into cleaning our bus stops. What people may not recognize is that often you would clean a bus stop and then unfortunately the unhoused or others would then messy it up pretty quickly afterwards. But I do understand, I do appreciate all the work that you put in to our city. Steve Bennett on the Meritage Project, that will go be for the Planning Commission at an undetermined date soon, and then we'll come back to the City Council as it should. Josh Murray from West Covina Library, thank you for the updates on the library, teen advisory board meeting, and your work with Black History Month and much more. Marcia Solario, thank you for your comments on the audit committee. We did have a very good 2-hour meeting a week ago and was very productive. I think we will be moving forward, being far more transparent. And for the community, as the audit committee meets quarterly, what we're going to start doing after their quarterly meeting, I'm going to report out about the audit committee meeting. So it's not just the 5 people or the handful that attend the audit committee meeting. I want the whole committee, the community to understand what the audit committee is bringing forward, their ideas, concerns, so everybody has an idea. And happy birthday to Marcia, if you're still here. John Shoemaker, on your accommodation request, I understand that risk management will be getting back to you this week. It's been a busy week, but it has been forwarded through risk management and our labor council to get you an answer in writing no later than this week. And I believe that concludes all my responses for tonight, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. On to consent calendar. Oh, did you have?
Yeah, yes, Madam Mayor. I just have a question.
Santos, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just wondering with regard to the Valley Light contract. I thought that the contract was originally going. We were just awaiting a report regarding the cleanliness, and then we were going to vote on that contract. What has happened since? I thought that they were on a month-to-month contract, and then it would be brought back to us for approval. Did something change?
My understanding is that city staff was notified by the company that they would not be providing services at the established contract rate that was agreed to. From there, staff was to prepare an RFP to go out for services, which they're still eligible to submit through the RFP process.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is with regard to the Meritage property, with regard to proper procedures relating to council, just even communicating with Meritage. What is it that we should and should not do so as not to fall afoul of whatever applicable rules are with regard to when we are allowed to communicate with them and when we are not allowed to communicate with them in light of where they are in escrow?
Great question, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to defer to our City Attorney, Brittany Roberto, to answer that question.
Madam Mayor, if I may speak. Mayor Pro Tem, I believe that's probably a discussion that's more appropriate behind, not an open session, that we can advise you on the parameters of the Brown Act and what is and is not appropriate.
Okay, even if that's advised, will there be a point when that will be shared with the public to the extent legally feasible? Because the perception among the community is that we are engaging in nefarious activities when that is not how we are operating. And so in order to ensure that there's public trust, can we make sure that we prepare a report or something that can be read or disclosed in open session?
I believe that's something that needs to be discussed internally in the city attorney's office, and we may need to have a separate Mother May I type item to get direction from the council on something like that.
Thank you.
But we do report out in accordance with the law.
Thank you.
Councilman Wu?
I want to follow up, Mayor Pro Tem, regarding the Valley Light. And as I remember last year, I was the mayor, and regarding the issue come up. And I remember our direction basically is month to month and bring back to us. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to approve it or this or that. But during that time, and the improvement. And in August 23rd, I saw them in a couple of bus stops. So I stopped and I took a picture with them, and it's really clean. So that's why I posted on my Facebook in August 23rd. So the point is, they didn't lose the contract. My understanding this year's services month to month, and with a 5-year contract or not, the long-term contract will come back to us. So we are going to, based on their performance, and then we will make decision to approve or disapprove the contract. So this supposedly is still with us. So
Councilman Wu, you are correct. We were going to a month-to-month and to come back to the council. Somewhere while doing the month-to-month, they advised staff that they no longer wanted to honor the agreement and contract we had for the dollar amount per month per year, and they wanted to renegotiate that contract. So it was on them to withdrawing service. It wasn't us terminating a contract. We are getting prepared to come out with the RFP for bus shelter service and cleaning and get somebody on board shortly.
I don't think our direction is go to RFP. I think our direction is bring them back about their performance. Am I right?
That's what I remember.
That was the last discussion.
Yeah, I didn't remember the city council request RFP.
But I wasn't aware of that. I know the letter that they provided, the demand to cease and desist for defamatory statement, and this is a personal issue between Valley Light and Councilman Gutierrez with the whole letter that they provided. So there was just other internal disputes.
But my point is, the council didn't request RFP. The council requests, month to month, and then bring back to this council regarding the finding and performance and see, and how this, was, and the contract, and then it should be a couple months bring back, but you never bring back to us, till today. So, and then you say you go to RFP, so I'm kind of confused. And then I don't think last when that meeting, I don't think we asked for RFP. We asked for, month to month and bring them back.
So, during that time, Valley Light Industries contacted the city and advised they would cease providing services to us under the existing contract. They wanted to renegotiate the contract or come back for a higher amount. Since they willfully decided not to continue working for the city, we were now in search of a provider to clean our bus shelters.
Just a question. If they had communicated with that and different than what we request, should you bring back to us, tell us what happened between you and City and Valley Light, so we understand what's going on. But because my understanding is month to month, so I don't understand why they say they don't have a contract. So I'm kind of confused about that. Supposedly, we never request RFP, my understanding. Okay, it's supposedly it should be bringing back. But, okay, if they want to renegotiate contract, you can discuss with us, bring to the agenda, due to this, they request additional, okay, this and that, then we can approve or send RFP. Am I right? Is that the procedure?
That is correct.
So I think, okay, you should communicate with the Valley Light and tell them, okay, because we never asked for RFP. I don't think we vote on anything about that RFP. So certainly City sent RFP for no reason. Okay, so this is one thing I think about the Valley Light thing. And regarding Athens, and I think when I read this is pretty shocking, about 70% increase. So I think there's really need to discuss with Athens. Okay, and we have to check all the business. If they all have increase like this, then we might have to see what other way to work with them, meaning even within the contract with them. I think that the point is they need to honor what they promised to us, and we are second largest business, okay, and the community next to Pasadena. Yeah, about 3,000-4,000 business. We need to make sure they can survive, especially mom and pop business. So we want to make sure, okay, and they're not misleading us about what they promised, and then they come out the building is different.
Understood. So two things. I will discuss with the staff that was working with Valley Light, get a more detailed answer, move forward with either working on their contract or going out to RFP. We can go either way. And also with the Athens, again, I am meeting with Athens again tomorrow to work through these items and address the community and business concerns.
I think they need to clarify, okay, I don't know how many business receive a shocking, okay, new bill to them. So we need to maybe check with our, okay, and community development manager to check with, call them up and have them provide. So we need to blankly check all the business, see what kind of bill they have, how many percentage they get increase. So not only, okay, the people at our downtown, but also entire city. Okay, so we can pick all the area and okay, ask them about their trash bill and have them to provide, so we can have information to see. Okay, are they really deceiving us? Okay, so we look into all the business about their bill. So I think in that way you have more bullet to negotiate with them rather than only couple business like Bond Street, like okay, and Portal. Okay, I think they have an issue too. They increased like almost 70% too. So and plus I don't know, some other office, I haven't received any other complaint yet, but. My point is this: rather than we wait for the business to complain, it's too late. I think we should maybe call them and to have them see how's the bill, what is the percentage, so we can check. So in that way, we have more information to negotiate to bring them to say what the heck is this. Okay.
Understood. One of the topics for tomorrow, or agendized items that I'm going to be discussing with Athens, is identifying and quantifying how many businesses are affected by a 17%, how many businesses are affected by a 50 or a 70 or more, and then be able to capture those businesses and reach out to them.
I think about what they agree upon, that would be unacceptable. Okay, even 70% is already pretty high, but anything above that will be pretty shocking because we need to compare with other city. Okay, what is the percentage and this and that. So anyway, this is my suggestion to check with all the business with their building, call them up. Okay, have your staff to request those trash bill. Okay, I think everybody received a new bill. I received a new bill too. So possible. Okay, and we can collect all those information. Supermarket. Okay, check our supermarket. Have them provide the bill. Okay, how much is their increase? So with that, you have more information to discuss. And plus, we want to know too. Okay, is that the Athens owner what they promised to us? So I think this is much easier to understand what we get into it. Okay, like in that way, we know the fact. Okay, what the business get hit on it. Okay, and regarding the value view, I think we never asked for IP. My suggestion is, if our council agree, we should go back to what we original bring back to us. If they want to renegotiate, you can still bring back to us. They want to increase this, okay, and bring the contract, see we want to approve or not, rather than go to RFP. And right now we need somebody to clean the bus, and then those people need job. So why we delayed? Okay, so I think we never asked for RFP. My understanding, okay, I think okay we can talk to them, okay, and if it's too much, you can bring to us. Then if we all agree, we send RFP. Otherwise, let's continue to use their service month to month. That's what we agree upon. Okay, when the last meeting, that's what our decision was. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you. And,
I have something to say.
And I'll get to you in a bit. In regards to their letter, I know that they had a few demands with Valley Light, so I think they want to see those demands being met. That is in regards to Valley Light. As for Athens, thank you for providing the breakdown of the sheet. I know in the past we had told Athens previously to compare it with other cities, that it wasn't going to hurt our businesses. I mean, we were told. So, of course, I mean, obviously this affects all businesses, and we want to make sure that that is being corrected. And then I'd like to give Councilwoman Diaz, she wanted to speak. Oh, you got it? Okay, thank you. Now you can go, Council. Mayor Pro Tem Wally Cantos?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Mylan, just to make sure that I understand, you said that they asked for a negotiated rate. Is the negotiated rate that they wanted, or with an increase, was it different from the original amount of what we originally would have approved on that night when their contract was up, or was it a different rate? I just wanted to make sure to have apples to apples comparison.
I don't know the exact rate. I believe it was more. I don't know the difference, how much more they were asking for. I had a staff member working with them on that. But again, essentially they abandoned the contract and decided they were not going to do our bus shelters anymore. So with that, that's why the idea to go RFP, because we do need somebody to clean our bus shelters. And if they weren't going to be the service provider, I needed to have other sources to draw from.
Thank you.
Yeah, please make sure you speak to Valley Light. Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. Maybe Kelly, do you remember? I think Kelly knows the exact words of the matter. May I? Because I believe. Do you remember roughly what happened on that, what the council request was that day?
Evening.
It's on.
It's on? Okay, great. No, I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly what it was, but the acting city manager is correct. We were working with them on a month-to-month contract, and at some point they gave us a very short deadline where they increased. The rate was higher than what we were working off of, and so when we weren't able to meet that deadline, they had ceased service.
Great. And let's see.
Mind you, this is a public comment.
And also, that's all for you, Kelly. But okay, great. So and that was on that day, city manager. On that day, that was the day where we were presented RFPs to approve that night, right? I think that was their new contract was brought to us that night, right? I think.
I don't recall if they brought their contract that night or if this was just based on a a status report on observations in the field.
Yeah, I think it was an agenda item, and it's either we requested an RFP or we rejected the RFP. But there was clear direction that they were to continue on a month-to-month basis. That is clear. So at no point did I say I wanted to permanently or anyway fire them. I think that's misleading. I think the council as a whole voted to give them month-to-month services. When it comes to also on a separate note, when it comes to people with disabilities, all people with disabilities, regardless of your disability, but if you do have a disability, you can become anything you wish to become because only you have the power to make change and determine your future. With determination and aspirations, anything can be achieved. And so, at no point did I judge their contract based upon the people or individuals who work for that company. That's not in my values as a person, and they were not judged based upon who works for their company, but rather what I've heard from community residents from our community. And again, those who have disabilities, the impossible is always possible when you believe in yourself. When it comes to Athens Trash Services, this is just one business bill. But when you look at the contract, like I have after the fact, it differs, it's different than what was presented to us at the time we voted. So city staff could look into it, but eventually it's going to come to a point where this council has to make a determination and a decision if we're going to officially ask that contract be presented to this council again to make sure that what we voted on, what we were verbally told, matches what was on paper. And I think we owe that to our businesses in our community. And that's one of the requests I did at the last meeting. But, So yeah, I think that's very important in that aspect. And again, I guess a legal question for our city attorney: if let's just say, and I know, Madeline, you've been very passionate in making sure this company had an opportunity, and it's unfortunate that they chose not to proceed with the opportunity. But just to clarify on the legal aspects of stuff. If a business wanted more money than what was on their original contract, than what the council approved originally and what was awarded due to RFP process, will the city legally have to go for an RFP then if they wanted more money? Brittany?
I'm not. Can you please clarify your question? I didn't.
Yeah. So I think there was our acting city manager stated that they wanted more money, and that's why they did not want to continue to be paid or on a month-to-month services. Maybe, Madeline, you could...
Let me clarify.
Yeah.
So I do remember that meeting. It was actually to extend their contract. That was the agendized item. At the time that item came up, there were some concerns about the quality of work, the maintenance of the shelters, those type things. The council then determined that we'll go on a month-to-month and we'll have public safety following and monitor their activities, which Matt and his staff were doing. During that time period, the Valley Light decided that they were going to discontinue service with the city at that point until a new contract is brought forward. Staff was working and discussing with them their terms and what they were looking for. And again, when they said they did not want to provide service anymore, that's why we decided we would start preparing an RFP, because eventually we do have to have somebody, whether it's them or anybody else, we need to have a provider. So the intent the whole time was to continue them on a month-to-month, whether it was 1 month or 6 months, until we come back with a revised contract if needed.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
And Valley Light has sent other emails previously, so please take that into factor. On to consent calendar. Council, is there anything you'd like to pull from the consent calendar? Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Item number 4, please.
4. Anybody else?
I'll do 1.
Just 1?
No, I'm looking. Let's see. Number 5. Number 9. And number 10.
1, 5, 9, 10. Anyone else? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar, items 1 through 11, with the exception of number 1, 4, 5, 9, and 10?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Councilwoman Diaz and a second by Councilman Wu to approve consent calendar items 1 through 11 with the exception of items 1, 4, 5, 9, and 10. Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye, motion passes. On to item number 1. Go ahead, Councilman Gutierrez.
Yeah. So, I think there is concerns regarding, obviously, what the residents have spoken about Meritage MLC Holdings being put on closed session on that when we were not the property owners. And so, with that being said, I will vote no on the minutes for closed session and yes on the minutes for open session.
Number 1, I move the motion to approve.
A second? All right, I'll second.
I'm sorry, who gave the second?
I'll second. Nobody else.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Mayor Lopez Viado to approve consent calendar item number 1, which is the approval of the January 20th, 2026 City Council closed session and regular session minutes. Councilman Gutierrez?
Yeah. Oh, no. Sorry.
Councilman Wu?
Sorry.
Yes. Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye, motion passes.
And I'll make a motion to approve attachment number 2, open session.
What? That's not, we're not.
Which one?
One
I think you separated.
recommendation.
Oh, okay, it's one. Okay, fine.
Yeah, this is one.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. On to item number 4, Pro Tem Cantos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is regarding the code of conduct. I wanted to, first of all, I've got to apologize to my colleagues. I sent a Dear Colleague letter this afternoon. I've been sick for most of 2 weeks, and so I did the best I could to get it to everybody. And I don't know if that's going to affect things, but basically, just to give a summary, I'm proposing a series of small language changes just to ensure appropriate First Amendment safeguards with regard to the code of conduct. And I laid out in that Dear Colleague letter just a few small changes that would, in principle, essentially allow people to have their freedom of speech, but not bring us into a situation where terms are so vague as to cause conflict and potential litigation and other situations relating to allegations of constitutional violations of the First Amendment. And so I laid that out. But the other thing I wanted to say is that over the past 2 weeks and going over it, the entire code of conduct again, it's really, really long, and I can understand why, because they're meant to address a number of problems, but it's just really unwieldy for the average person to really understand. And the thing that I think I pointed out, and I think I'm going to need some help in reading a section just to, sort of to illustrate this, but there's various sections that just have vague language, and so what I'm asking is that first, if just to illustrate first, I don't know if the assistant city clerk can read from that letter. There's a section where I think it's 2709C, I think. If that's the right section, and if you could just double check, it's right in the letter toward the beginning of the Dear Colleague letter, and it's just to illustrate a point, and then I'm going to then make a
point of order. Okay, but my suggestion have the attorney Tom O'Connell to maybe address your concern. Since he is the person that addressed all this code of conduct.
Okay.
I think maybe that his answer would be much more precise.
So, okay. So I guess in light of the recommendations and I'm openly and transparently admitting I only provided this to everyone this afternoon. But if there's a way that we could look at this code of conduct with these possible amendments and have it reviewed and just just put it to the next meeting so we could be reviewed properly rather than pushing this through. I just would be appreciative. And again, literally, it's just to address First Amendment considerations that are laid out there. And copies were also made available to the public to see what they are. But if that could be done, I would really be appreciative. So that way we can make sure to still have a code of conduct, but yet do this in a way that addresses First Amendment considerations and also tries to find a way to make this more streamlined with it not being so onerous, with the document being so darn long and hard to understand in different places.
Councilmember Contos, if you don't mind, I want to address a couple of things from your letter, but just generally,
sure,
if we could discuss that. If it is not passed tonight, if there's changes made, it would come back for a second reading again. I think that's what you're asking is for us tonight to discuss what changes you would want to have made, and then to have those changes made and brought back to the council. Is that accurate?
Yes, exactly. And out of respect for recognizing that I provided this so late, I also wanted to, in the same way that I don't want it rushed through, I wanted to at least give my colleagues an opportunity to read what I gave them so they can have some thoughts on it, as opposed to our just getting it through tonight. And so that's why I'm just requesting a delay. I mean, we could talk about it now too, which we should, but I just wanted to let you know where I was coming from.
Yeah, and if I could make a recommendation to the council, Councilmember Contos's email was approximately 6 pages. There are a number of suggestions in here that I think would be worthwhile having a discussion with the council, so that the language that's brought back to the council, if the council wants to make these changes, would be something that you'd be ready to vote on next time if you're not ready to vote on it this time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And that paragraph, did you want me to read that paragraph for you?
Yes, please, Tom. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And don't worry, I don't take any writer's insult to it.
Oh, I understand.
The paragraph that you're referring to is material interference with truth finding. And it says, an elected or appointed official shall not engage or attempt to engage in conduct intended to materially interfere with the city's ability to ascertain the truth or reach lawful, informed outcomes in connection with city business or city governance. Material interference with truth finding includes, but is not limited to, providing materially incomplete, misleading, or deceptive information, directing, encouraging, or knowingly permitting others to provide materially false or misleading information, intentionally delaying proceedings, disclosures, cooperation, or responses where such delay is material to obstructing review, investigation, or decision-making, attempting to influence, disrupt, or affect the scope, timing, process, or outcomes of administrative, investigatory, regulatory, enforcement, or advisory matters through the misuse of authority, access, or influence, using authority or influence to pressure, discourage, or manipulate participants, witnesses, investigators, or advisory fact finders, or attempting to influence the material content, scope, timing, or outcome of investigatory, advisory, review findings through misrepresentation, concealment, delay, or other obstructive conduct.
Thank you, Tom. I really appreciate it. And attorney to attorney, I really love your ability to write. The thing that I was worried about with regard to this, and why I put this in the Dear Colleague letter, is it's an illustration of how it's hard, at least for me. I don't know exactly what that means contextually. And that's just an example of why I was supportive of efforts to slim down the code of conduct to just have it more workable, because this is really, it's long and it's unwieldy, and a lot of residents have frankly told me they don't understand what it says. And so I realized that maybe we could revise it for more plain language, if we can find a way to put summaries in so it's more easy to understand. But whatever the case may be, those sorts of tweaks, along with my suggested recommendations to strengthen First Amendment protections, is what I'm asking for.
Understood. And so I could go through, obviously, and provide context for what this particular paragraph means. Let me just, on a whole, give a little bit more context. My concern with with generally narrowing the code of conduct code of conduct. My concern with narrowing it is that much of this code of conduct is based on case law and recognized phrases or usage by California Superior Court and federal court. And so to the extent that we were going to make this ultra plain language, let's just say hypothetically that we made this as plain language as possible, we, by doing so, might actually make the code of conduct longer, which would be ironic. But secondly, it could actually lose some of the force and effect that you would have in trying to protect First Amendment rights. So what we're trying to balance here, I completely understand. You're trying to balance, something that is easy to explain with something that is going to be law. And laws are oftentimes, as an attorney to an attorney, oftentimes quite hard to explain to a layperson. The most important thing is to have something for the council to be able to use if necessary. And so I would defer to the council on what their priority is or their preference is with regards to any language. I'm happy to go through any language in the code of conduct to make it so that it is usable and it will have the force and effect that the council wants it to have.
Thank you, Tom. So process-wise, would it be possible for you to go through the recommended amendments, the recommended amended language as outlined, and then come back with a report so the council can see they'll have time, but they'll also see your recommendations with regard to incorporation of those language changes, so that way everyone will have more time to germinate over this appropriately?
It's to the council's discretion. I can go through your recommendations right now orally with the council, or I can provide something in writing regarding your recommendations. The only issue with that would be if you provide me with direction now, it would make it so that I could provide a draft for the next council meeting for consideration. If it was I provide you with a response to your code of conduct recommendations, that would mean during the next meeting, the council would approve those recommendations or disapprove. And that would mean that would be another meeting before the code of conduct would pass. Again, there's no pressure on this whatsoever. I want to make sure this is right. I just want to make sure that you're aware of what the procedure would be going forward.
Thank you, Tom. So for the benefit of the council, can you please just go over, I'm not able to read it live in real time the way you guys can, but can you just go over generally what it, just for the benefit of others, just read there, and then I'm happy to answer any questions after that, or is that possible?
Not a problem at all. Do you want me to go by the headings that you have? Would that be?
Yes, just a different, just to go over the basic headings of what it says. So it's to give the public also, who may not have seen the Dear Colleague letter yet, what we're all referring to.
Sure. Do you want me just to give the recommendations? Do you want me to go by headings? Because some of the headings are pre-recommendation.
If you could do headings and recommendations, please.
That'd be great.
And then just read off the principles as to why, because I also bulleted there different principles that I chose to try to uphold in doing all of this.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Tom.
So number one, why as applied matters in plain language. And the principles that you had bulleted here was courts routinely uphold ethics codes on their face, but strike them down or impose liability when they are enforced in ways that chill political speech, punish dissent or criticism, regulate tone, style, or viewpoint rather than conduct, and substitute discipline for democratic debate. Do you want me to continue?
Yes, please. Okay. This is helpful.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Number two, shared values underlying these clarifications. I believe we all agree on these core principles. One, disagreement, even sharp, uncomfortable disagreement, is not misconduct. Two, ethical rules should target abuse of power, not unpopular viewpoints. Three, governance processes must not become a tool to suppress criticism. And four, elections and public debate, not discipline, are the primary remedies for political conflict. The third heading, key clarifications and why they are good for the city. Sub would be A, related to improper conduct towards participants. The clarification was regarding terms of demeaning or hostile, saying that those are potentially subjective. Mm-hmm. And the clarifying language was improper conduct must objectively and materially interfere with a person's lawful participation in city governance or operations, lawful political disagreement, criticism of policy, advocacy, or constitutionally protected expression cannot be punished even when sharp, uncomfortable, or unpopular. Is it possible for, when we're going through each of the recommendations, if I have some responses,
Yes,
so that
please,
it just
yes.
might make it easier for people to remember
because
what we're
people
talking
are probably,
about?
Their eyes are glazing over, or they're zoning out probably, because this is dense, but I really would appreciate
It's
you adding
okay.
that.
I was an English teacher in 6th grade. I dealt with that a lot. With the improper conduct must objectively and materially interfere with a person's lawful participation in city governance or operations. And then the second sentence there regarding political disagreement. Let me state what my concern is and then an option here. The objectively and materially interfere, it is funny because we're now adding legal terms to it. So that is kind of no need for us to actually add something for that. But the second sentence, the lawful political disagreement, criticism of policy, advocacy, that's actually something that's already part of the code in 2 other sections. There is a Latin phrase, I don't want to bore everyone here. It's expressio unius exclusio alterius, which means to express one thing is basically to exclude another. If we have a sentence like that in one section, it starts to actually make the court question, why didn't you have a sentence like that in all of the sections? Fair. And so if you have an overall guiding principle, which is in the construction section, I think you pointed out, the construction section says just that, essentially. And so that means that governs every single section that comes thereafter. So my recommendation would be objectively and materially interfere is a wonderful addition. I think that if there is a phrasing for lawful political disagreement, criticism of policy, I would have that as part of the general construction paragraph and have whatever framing, whatever phrasing that you want to have it in that one section, since it will govern everything else.
That makes sense. I would agree to that as a friendly amendment to what I'm suggesting.
Okay. The residual catch-all provision, the why clarification is needed. Catch-all provisions are historically the most vulnerable to abuse because they rely heavily on discretion. This again, you had clarifying language. This section may not be used to regulate or sanction protected political speech, criticism, advocacy, or participation in public debate. That would fall within the same construction, because if you put that in that, then there's a question, well, can this other section be used to regulate or sanction or basically cut off First Amendment rights?
Good point. I'd agree to that change too.
Okay, so I think we're both talking about so far just the construction paragraph and making sure that fits exactly what you're looking for.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll return to that one in a minute here. Interim governance-based measures. You have interim measures through. Though labeled non-punitive, can function as punishment in practice if imposed too quickly or too broadly. And you had 4 bullet points clarifying language. Measures require specific, articulable facts showing immediate and ongoing risk. They must be the least restrictive means available. They must not restrict participation or speech based on viewpoint or tone. They must be reviewed at defined intervals. The first bullet point, measures require specific, articulable facts showing immediate and ongoing risk, is actually in the introduction to that particular section. That's already covered, so there might be some language that you wanted to add in, but I'd have to look at the language more definitively. They must be the least restrictive means available. I think that's a fantastic addition, because you're saying everything else in this says progressive.
Yes.
So this is a clarification of progressive.
Exactly, Tom.
The third, they may not restrict participation or speech based on viewpoint or tone. Same thing that we're talking about with the construction. So I think that's going to be covered by a different paragraph. And then they must be reviewed at defined intervals. Right now it says that it must be reviewed, but it doesn't say the interval. So I think that you're adding in no more than 60 days.
Yes.
That would be an addition that you'd want.
Yes, to be more concrete, yes.
Okay. Construction rule favoring constitutional protection. We're hammering that construction paragraph. You have a clarifying language. In close or ambiguous cases, applications shall favor protection of constitutional expression and the electoral process over governance-based restriction. I had said that we were going to return to that. I think that that's the addition that you're looking for in the construction that solves everything going up.
Yes.
So the construction paragraph right now, I believe it's Q or something. I'd have to find it here quickly. If you could give me 1 second.
Sure.
Construction. I flipped too far. Oh, thank you. So the construction paragraph right now, this is what it says in full. And I think what you'd be saying is that if this one sentence was added, it would solve many of the things that you had above.
Yes.
Legislative discretion and protected activity. This is D of 704. Nothing in this article shall be construed to regulate or prohibit lawful political disagreement, criticism of policy positions, robust debate during public meetings, lawful political speech, campaign activity conducted in a personal capacity, or other expression protected by the United States or California constitutions. Nothing in this article shall be construed to prohibit lawful legislative inquiry, oversight, policy advocacy, or participation in authorized city governance activities, provided such activities are conducted through appropriate channels and do not involve misuse of city authority, resources, or access, or interference with the lawful functioning of city operations. If we made that addition to the construction, would it solve the other issues that you were identifying then?
Yes, because it would cover the whole document.
Exactly, yeah. So I think that that's what you're looking for is an addition to that section that would cover the whole document.
Yes.
I'm sorry, attorney, non-attorney people. It's
sorry. This
happens when we nerd out.
I'm so confused.
Sorry,
I am often
because of the
so
important.
So okay. So going back to your email, what this means in practice. With these clarifications, ethics enforcement remains strong and credible. Abuse of power, intimidation, corruption, and safety threats are still fully addressable. Political speech, criticism, advocacy, and dissent are clearly protected. The city reduces litigation risk and increases public trust. And future councils will inherit a principal constitutionally sound framework. And then you had said very nice words about a shared commitment towards essentially an ethical and code compliant.
Thank you for going through this. So in light of all of that, I'd like to ask for council approval to move forward with the spirit of this. And maybe, Tom, would it be, if this council so gives that direction, what's possible now? Could they agree to all of this in principle and then pass it, or does it need to come back again in light of this discussion we're having in the open here?
I defer to city attorney on that one. I just write things.
Madam Mayor, if I may answer, it would need to come back. You can't make any changes to an ordinance at second reading and adoption. So you would have to specifically identify the changes you want Mr. O'Connell to make, and then it could come back at the next council meeting with those changes for adoption.
So in light of that, I would therefore request my colleagues to allow those changes, because doing this now, even though it's boring and tedious and we nerd out about this kind of stuff, it actually will help protect us against allegations of constitutional violations would relate with regard to the First Amendment. So I'd like to make that request and make that motion.
Great question.
Councilman Wu?
Yeah, okay, I think that's why I hate to talk to my attorney, because
okay, my wife hates to talk to her.
Also, you is logic here. Definition is okay. So I understand you guys try to find the right wording. Okay, but my questions over here is our attorney, outside attorney Tom O'Connell, and what is your suggestion? You see, is a valid point? Okay, to do this amended. Okay, or is all about the same thing? So I think that will be depend on your professional suggestion and your point of view. If you say, yeah, that's a good point, then I will support, okay, and our Mayor Pro Tem. But if you say it's almost the same, it's just the wording different, then why we need to, okay, since we haven't done this for 25 years. But another thing is this, again, we're not in a hurry. Okay, we're not rush this and that. We want to make sure everything. The guideline or ordinance or rule is people have to follow, obey. If people, you have no matter how nice the law and this, the ordinance, but if people don't follow, it's still just a paper and wording. So, but the point is, okay, is this wording, I know you spend a lot of time go to all the cases and go to other city, and then you put this together. Okay, and then our Mayor Pro Tem, since he's attorney, he has his integrity and his point of view, so you want to read it and make sure everything is covered. So my point is, since I'm not an attorney, so I'm just asking your suggestion is that our Mayor Pro Tem has a valid point, okay, that we should go back, okay, change some of wording to protect, okay, the city and the council member.
Yeah, so it's an interesting question. Any changes that are going to add value to the code of conduct to make it so that the code of conduct is not something that you have to revisit weekly, monthly, yearly is something that I take as valuable. What I would emphasize here is the code of conduct is not meant to create new law. In fact, it is meant to essentially give everyone on the council something that is more finite, more procedural than having to come up with things ad hoc based on case law, having to talk to your attorney, which is, I know, a pain, having to talk to people and try to figure out what to do with these situations. There's nothing in this code of conduct, and I do mean nothing, as far as investigations or discipline, whatever you might call it, that is not already available to the city of West Covina. And so to the extent that there's any question regarding, timing or speed or anything like that, this is not a time is of the essence type of passage. So if there was some situation that required an investigation, as an example, which is section 2718 investigation, it's not like we've just made up that now the city can conduct investigations. Obviously, we're aware the city is in the middle of an investigation right now. These are powers the city has already had. It is just codifying it so that this council and future councils know how to deal with these problems in a more procedural manner. So now regarding the actual questions of, did Councilmember Contos add value to this? I would say the objectively and materially interfere, I'm sure there's a lot of attorneys that could say that language is additional legalese and it's helpful or it's not helpful. And I even see Councilman Contos smiling here too. I would say if you're going to make these other changes, I would say that change is worthwhile. The changes that I think are frankly wonderful, they must be the least restrictive means available change, I think is a really valuable addition. Just it goes with the rest of the code. Would that be something that would be incorporated in the code already? It is already in there. It's just something that clarifies for whoever it is that's going through this, because it says very clearly it's progressive, that the entire code is meant to be progressive in what is happening with governance-based measures. For instance, you wouldn't go directly to an impeachment or something along those lines if a council member was speaking hostily to a member of the public.
See, I understand your answers create a smile from the Oli Canto, our attorney Canto's face. It's put my face is like I'm more confused. Okay, so the point is I only need yes or no questions. But
it's a good addition. It wouldn't be absolutely necessary for it to be a lawful code of conduct.
Huh? So it's yes or no? Is it add value? Then I will support.
It adds value, yes.
Okay, then I will second.
I would definitely say that before if you want to take a vote on what Councilman Contos, I would strongly advise that all comments
I was going to say the same.
Are heard.
Because I want, this is the opportunity for each council to hash out everything. I know Councilman Gutierrez had sent us an email in regards to this. So, yes, we'd like to go ahead and ask your questions because we don't want a lawsuit.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. O'Connell, does the code of conduct say a council member has to go through the city manager before talking to staff?
Are you asking about the council manager form of government in the code of conduct, or are you talking about actually the municipal ordinance that's already part of the law for the city of West Covina?
Yeah, it's both, but I think the city has that code, and then I believe this new code of conduct also has it, right?
Not exactly as you stated. That would be a misstatement of how it is that the code of conduct states it.
Well, I'm asking you.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
It's a misstatement.
Okay, tell me what it says. That's what I'm asking you. Tell me what it says.
Do you want me to say what the municipal code is first? I'll do that. So the municipal code, which is section 2-151, powers and duties of the city manager, it says council manager relations. This is section Q. The city council and its members shall deal with the administrative services of the city only through the city manager, except for purpose of inquiry, and neither the city council nor any member thereof shall give orders to any subordinates of the city manager. The city manager shall take his or her orders and instructions from the city council only when sitting in a duly held meeting of the city council, and no individual council member shall give any orders or instruction to the city manager. The city council shall instruct the city manager in matters of policy. No council member shall in any manner, directly or indirectly, by suggestion or otherwise, attempt to influence or coerce the city manager or any candidate for the position of city manager on matters relating to the appointment, promotion, or demotion or removal of any employee or award of any purchase, order, or contract. Did I answer your question?
And what does the new code have? I believe it has a new. I think it has a new ruling, a new rule saying that you can no longer do inquiries with department
That's
head.
not accurate.
Okay, what does it say? I'm asking you. Can you please answer the question?
Oh, I am answering your question. I continue to answer your question.
I don't want to read my long email in front of everyone. I mean, I don't want to bore them with all this email. So I could look for it in here, but
okay. So, which particular part would you like me to point out regarding the inquiry? Which one would you like me to go through?
So if I'm not mistaken, without me having to read this email, because I don't think Councilwoman Diaz wants me to read it all, but or my colleagues, but there is a section in general phrases that, in other words, you can no longer do. If I had a question, for example, to our finance director, I'm not allowed to go inquire with her about a financial status of something.
That's not accurate.
There was
Tell me the section.
I believe there was a Mother May I that was passed that required that not to occur anymore.
That's not true. Can you show me the section? Tell me the section, and I'll be happy to answer questions regarding it.
So if I'm not mistaken, I think the mayor passed a Mother May I that said that you have to go to the city manager if you want to speak to department.
Is this related to the code of conduct or something different?
Please go directly.
I believe you added, based upon what she asked for, you added it to it.
That's not true. Take a look at the red line. There's literally the only thing that's been added is in the red line. And the only thing that's been changed, for instance, is elected and appointed officials, as opposed to saying that it is just an elected official that's a council member. You'd have to look at the attachment number 2. So that's not accurate.
What does it say?
Look at attachment 2. Do you have a copy? It has red lines. There's no addition like you're referring to whatsoever.
So are you saying, okay, so, let's just, in a regular question, can a council member contact a department head to do an inquiry?
So are you asking under the municipal code or the code of conduct?
I'm asking you based upon case law.
Okay, we're here talking about the code of conduct. And if you want to talk about case law, we can talk about that. You've written a whole bunch of emails.
You have a municipal code and you have a code of conduct that backs each other.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you, can a council member contact a department head to do inquiry?
So an inquiry that you're talking about right now, are you talking about Levy versus Santa Monica you cited?
Yes.
Okay. Can we talk about that a little bit more? Because you're citing it for something that doesn't actually say.
It says in Levy, the court said you can.
You have Levy? I can give it to you. I have a copy for you.
It says in Levy, the court said you cannot block elected officials from talking to city staff because that stops them from doing their job and violates free speech.
Not actually what the case says. It's not it. It's not the words.
What is the words?
Here, let me give you a copy. Madam Clerk, do you mind if I... You got it. Hand that to him. Yeah, Councilmember Gutierrez.
It's actually
I want to
not
make
been a
sure
perfect
we're
time.
talking about the same case.
So it says...
Tell me where you're looking.
I'm going to read you the email I sent you.
Here.
Since you're asking so many questions.
So Levy versus Santa Monica, the very first sentence of the opinion, Santa Monica City Charter, Section 6.10 states, except for the purpose of inquiry, the City Council and its members shall deal with the administrative service under the City Manager solely through the City Manager, and neither the City Council nor any member shall give orders to any subordinates of the City Manager, either publicly or privately. First sentence of the opinion. What's your question?
Where is it at? Where is that at?
First sentence of the opinion. Turn to page 5 where it says opinion. Did you read this?
Mr. Connor, are you mad about something right now, or
just wanna know.
You don't want to answer questions?
Well,
it sounds like you're very argumentative right now. So
I would agree.
I would like to ask my questions, or are you being argumentative? So, okay, I'm on page 5, and where is that at?
Okay.
Under Gilbert PJ?
Yes.
Except for the purpose of inquiry, the City Council and its members shall deal exactly. So except for purpose of inquiry. So council members can inquire with city staff.
According to this case, council members can inquire, and it's just inquiry.
Okay, thank you. We solved that question. Okay, so what I'm reading in case law, I may be saying it, I purposely put it in words more understandable to the public, so I'm not reading you verbatim what the law specifically says, so I don't lose the public's understanding what the questions I'm asking. And so we can move on. Under the code, the council can under the code, the council can punish another council member for things they say. Isn't that punishing political speech?
Your hypothetical is wildly.
I'm asking you yes or no. If it's no, it's no. I don't need commentary.
I'm answering your question. Your question doesn't actually ask a total question.
Okay, so and if we move on, didn't the U.S. Supreme Court say that once you start limiting someone's duties, that becomes a First Amendment problem in Houston Community Colleges versus Wilson of the U.S. Supreme Court?
It did not.
Okay.
You want a copy of the case?
If we're going to read the same thing, go ahead, give me it.
No.
You're saying it says one thing, and then when I read it, you acknowledge it does say it.
See, the problem...
I have always said it was inquiry, and you kept on changing my words.
So the problem that we have is that every single time you send an email like this that has case law, it's never actually the case law. It's not what it says. And so we spend hours going back and forth and doing research.
So that's
the taxpayers' dollars on this. And I want to make sure that we're actually talking about.
But you don't tell us how much you're getting paid by hour. But we move on.
Talk about that email.
But we move on, and you're talking about. The problem is that you're a labor law lawyer. You're not a constitutional law lawyer. You're not a Brown Act lawyer. And so you keep referencing to my email. I don't want to stall time, and my colleagues, I don't think, want me to read this email. But if you're asking me to, I will. But Houston College.
Tell me in Houston what you're looking at. Did you read Houston?
I'm going to read you portions of this email, and then you could, because you're being argumentative and saying it says one thing and it does. So,
I will allow you to go ahead and read your entire email. I mean, it was a demanding and threatening email to the city attorneys, and it was to us as well, demanding what we do with this code of conduct. You freely give tons of copies of all proof of email. You should have done that the same today, giving
I'll read it.
your emails to all the public that is here today.
Yeah, so
that
be
would
with
have
the
been a
clerk.
perfect opportunity. But go ahead. That's why I'm giving you the floor and giving you all the time for this to be discussed. So continue on. And if you want to read your email, read it fully, clearly,
Okay,
what you
great.
just demanded and told us.
Yes. Dear Mayor Lopez Villado, Councilmember Wu, Councilmember Diaz, Mr. Doherty, Mr. O'Connell, and Mr. Jones, I write to you in my capacity as an elected council member for the city of West Covina to formally demand that ordinance number 2537, the proposed city council code of conduct, be immediately withdrawn from consideration. This ordinance scheduled for its second reading on February 3rd, 2026, contains multiple provisions that are unconstitutional, retaliatory, and unlawful. Its adoption and enforcement will violate my rights and the rights of others under the First Amendment, the Due Process Clause, the Americans with Disability Act, ADA, and the Ralph M. Brown Act, among other laws. If the City Council does not pull this ordinance from the agenda or fundamentally revise it to comply with constitutional requirements, I intend to initiate litigation against the city and the officials involved in their individual capacities without further notice. This letter outlines the most rigorous legal defects of the ordinance. With reference to the specific sections of the red line draft, attachment number 2, Ordinance 2537, and the January 6th and February 3rd, 2026 agenda reports. It also provides notice of evidence of retaliatory motive behind this ordinance and cites controlling legal authority, confirming that ordinance is in legality. In light of the serious consequences, I urge you to reconsider and abandon this unlawful ordinance before further damage is done. The First Amendment violations, retaliation, and speech restrictions. Ordinance number 2537 flagrantly infringes on free speech rights protected by the U.S. and California constitutions. As an elected official, I retain robust First Amendment rights to speak out on matters of public concern and to perform my oversight duties on behalf of my residents. Courts have repeatedly held that local governments may not punish or retaliate against elected legislators for their speech. In Levy versus the City of Santa Monica, the Santa Monica Rent Control Board case, the California Court of Appeal emphasized that legislators are given the widest latitude to express their views when no stricter free speech standards on them than the general public. Council members are entitled to speak as they please on matters of vital to them. Errors or in judgment may be exposed, of course, but not through punishment for the expression. Quoting Ward versus Georgia, 370 U.S. 375, 1962. The proposed code of conduct defies these principles. Its vague mandates and punitive mechanisms are fully aimed at chilling and punishing protected political speech, in particular my speech and advocacy. Several provisions demonstrate this unconstitutional overbreath. Vague and overbroad speech restrictions, Section 2-707A, improper conduct toward participants, forbids a council member from engaging in threatening, intimidating, abusive, demeaning, hostile, coercive behavior toward a person involved in city governance, while true threats and coercion are not protected. This ordinance goes much further. It uses undefined subjective terms like abusive, demeaning, or hostile. These elastic labels could encompass virtually any sharp or critical remark. For example, if I criticize a staff report as misleading or question a contractor's performance, could that be deemed hostile or demeaning? The ordinance gives no objective standard, inviting the majority to punish dissenting speech on a whim. This sort of vagueness and viewpoint targeting is unconstitutional. A law that vests officials with unfettered discretion to punish speech they dislike violates the First Amendment and due process. It's void for vagueness doctrine. Restrictions on communications and inquiry. The ordinance will empower the council by majority vote to impose communication or contact perimeters on council members as a governance measure. In plain terms, the majority could gag a member by restricting who they can talk to and what information they can seek. Indeed, Section 2-726B explicitly contemns temporary restrictions on direct contact with specified persons or entities as a sanction. This is a direct attack on my right and duty to gather information and speak with city staff, contractors, and members of the public in the course of oversight. Notably, the First Amendment Coalition's legal director has already warned that this kind of staff contact restrictions apparently contemplated here likely impose First Amendment and or other problems, preventing an elected representative from talking to staff or constituents except through a managerial gatekeeper impedes core political speech and the right to petition. Such restrictions retaliate against me for asking hard questions and effectively silencing my oversight efforts, which is plainly unlawful. Punitive measures for protective expression. The ordinance manual of penalties goes well beyond a symbolic censor. It authorizes concrete punitive actions such as removal from committees, blocking an agenda participation, mandatory training, and other restrictions on official duties. These are not mere intentional ethic guidelines. They are retaliatory sanctions that hinder an elected official's ability to do their job they were elected to do. The U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Houston Community College System versus Wilson, 595 U.S. 142, draws a critical constitutional line in this regard. In Wilson, the court held that purely verbal censure of an elected board member did not by itself give rise to First Amendment claim. However, the court took care to note that the case did not involve expulsion, exclusion, or any form of punishment, and that more severe penalties against an elected official could present problems under the First Amendment. Here, the city is venturing far beyond a censor. It seeks to exclude a council member from committees, limit his participatory rights, and even potentially bar him from accessing information or attending meetings, as discussed below. Such punitive measures squarely implicates the First Amendment under Wilson and classic cases like Bond versus Floyd, 385 U.S. 116, 1966. The state legislature violated First Amendment by refusing to seat a duly elected representative due to his political statements. In short, punishing an elected official's speech or political activity is unconstitutional, and this ordinance attempts to do exactly that. In sum, Ordinance 2537's speech restrictions and retaliation mechanisms cannot withstand First Amendment scrutiny. They are designed to retaliate against protected speech, specifically my outspoken oversight concerning city governance, spending, and transparency. As I described in my outreach to the First Amendment Coalition, after I engaged in oversight and public criticism, certain city leaders responded with threats, heavy-handed rules to route all my communications to the city manager and other tactics designed to isolate me from information channels, discourage further inquiry, and punish protected speech. This code of conduct is a commemoration of that unlawful campaign to muzzle a dissenting council member. The First Amendment forbids the city from enacting or enforcing such retaliatory rules. The due process and vagueness, the lack of fair procedure. The proposed ordinance also tramples on due process guarantees by authorizing punitive action without a fair or neutral process and by employing vague standards that fail to give notice of what is prohibited. If adopted, the ordinance will effectively allow a council majority or city staff acting at their behest to play prosecutor, judge, and jury against fellow elected officials without the basic procedural safeguards that due process requires. The key due process deficiencies include no neutral adjudicator or impartial process. The ordinance invests the City Council itself with the power to determine violations and impose sanctions by a mere majority vote, with the accused member presumably recused. In other words, my political opponents on the council, the very individuals who have been the most vocal in attacking me, will act as the sole decision makers on the charges. On the council, the very individuals who have will act as the sole decision makers on the charges, the verdict, and the punishment. There is no provision for any independent or neutral fact finder or adjudicated dispute allegations. Although Section 2-715 and Section 2-716 allow the city manager to conduct a preliminary review and outside investigator to compile a report, the ultimate decisions whether to sanction and how to rest entirely with the council majority. And this is a textbook denial of due process. It violates the fundamental principle that no one should be judged in their own cause. Yet, here, the council majority will be judging a colleague for conduct that often involves political disputes between us. The potential for bias and unfairness is enormous. Indeed, the process outlined, not meaningful, distinguishable from the unconstitutional expulsion in Bond versus Floyd, where legislators opposed to Bond's views simply voted to exclude him. Just as Bond required courts to intervene when legislators abused its power to silence a member, a similar abuse here would trigger a judicial intervention. Simply put, a process that allows a bare majority to strip an elected official of duties or privileges, effectively notifying the voter's choice without neutral due process is unconstitutional. Undefined and the vague standards. As noted above, the ordinance's substantive standards for misconduct are exceedingly vague and malleable. Terms like abusive, demeaning, hostile, etc. are not defined. The ordinance also uses broad phrases such as misuse of the platform of office to single out or pressure any person, and conduct that undermines the integrity, fairness, and lawful functioning of city governance. These sweeping provisions fail to give fair notice of what is prohibited and invite arbitrary enforcement. A council member has no way to know, for instance, whether vociferously criticizing a city, wasteful spending might later be deemed abusive or undermining fairness. Such elastic provisions can easily be twisted to punish legitimate political expression or minority viewpoints, which is why vagueness in this context is a serious due process problem. The void for vagueness doctrine exists to prevent exactly this scenario, where officials are chilled from exercising their rights because a law is so unclear that it could be used against them unpredictably. Here, the vagueness is not accidental. It appears crafted to maximize the council majority's discretion in targeting disfavored behavior or people. This is unconstitutional. If this ordinance were adopted, I will be forced to self-censor and limit my advocacy out of fear that any assertive oversight might violate some amorphous civility requirement. The law does not permit such a sword of Damocles to hang over an elected official's head. The lack of notice and opportunity to defend. The ordinance sets up a rapid path from accusation to penalty with insufficient safeguards. For example, a complaint can be received and filtered by the city manager in a preliminary review, conducted in secret, then forwarded to the council for action. At the secondary review by council, the council can decide to impose corrective measures or launch a formal investigation. While the ordinance does allow an accused member to respond during council considerations and later before any sanctions are finalized, the combination of political decision makers, and ill-defined offenses undermines any meaningful opportunity to defend oneself. Basic due process will demand a neutral hearing officer, clear charges, the right to present evidence, and cross-examine witnesses. For any proceeding that may result in deprivation of rights and privileges, none of those features are present. An ad hoc and political and not adjunctivated, this raises serious 14th Amendment concerns. Compel commitments and prior restraint. The ordinance's acknowledgement requirement, section 2-703, adds another due process and First Amendment wrinkle. It mandates that every council member sign a written pledge confirming receipt of, familiarity with, an agreement to comply with the Code of Conduct and related policies. This acknowledgement must be executed without modification, knowingly and voluntarily, without duress. An ironic condition, since it is clearly coerced by the ordinance itself. If a member refuses to sign, the ordinance ominously states that such failure may be considered in determining appropriate governance-based measures, i.e. punishment. Under Division 4, it even suggests that signing the form may be required as a condition of participation in city council meetings and other city governance activities. In other words, a council member who does not immediately swear fealty to this new code could be barred from participating in meetings or conducting city business, effectively silencing the official and disfranchising his or her votes. This is extraordinary and unconstitutional prior restraint on an elected official's rights. For one, it conditions my ability to perform my elected duties on signing a document that I believe in parts to be unlawful. For another, it provides no due process at all. The mere act of not signing, or even on grounds of principle or conscience, is enough to trigger adverse consequences. Without any hearing, this Durocham approach is widely out of step with due process. The Constitution does not allow the government to demand that someone waive their rights or surrender their free speech as a precondition to holding office or to accessing a public forum. Imagine if a city required council members to sign a pledge not to criticize the city. It will be laughed out. It will be laughed out of court. This acknowledgement mandate is in the same vein. I have a right to voice objections to certain policies and to refuse to endorse them. Punishing me for not signing the form or using that refusal as a basis to curtail my role would violate both free speech and due process. In summary, the ordinance procedural structure lacks the ordinary elements of fair play, requiring, by due process, the combination of biased decision-making body, vague rules, and permanent preconditions like the acknowledgement creates an unconstitutional shame. The ADA disability rights, privacy, and accommodation concerns. The Code of Conduct ordinance also raises red flags under the Americans with Disability Act and related state laws. As you are all aware, I am a person with autism and have certain accommodations that enable me to serve effectively as a council member. Over the past year, I have been subjected to ongoing patterns of disability abuse and harassment. I don't want to offend my colleagues. You want me to read this or not?
Pretty much, it goes on, and the list goes on and on and on. But at the very end, pretty much he tells us he's demanding that we withdraw this ordinance or it'll trigger a legal battle, in his own words, and that the city will lose. So again, I wanted to make sure this is all out there. I gave you the opportunity to speak, so
you changed my words now, so you want me to finish?
I mean, I'll read exactly what you said at the very end.
I'll finish it. The Code of Conduct ordinance also raises red flags under the Americans with Disability Act. As you are aware, I'm a person, it goes on. Over the past year, I have been subjected to ongoing patterns of disability-based harassment and discrimination by some city officials, including, unfortunately, Mayor Lopez Villado and Councilmember Wu, who have made repeated public comments questioning the legitimacy of my autism diagnosis and pressuring the removal of my approved accommodations. This behavior is not only reprehensible on a human level, but it also violates the ADA's guarantee of equal access and non-discrimination in public services. Title II of the ADA and the California Government Code 11-135, among others. When an elected official with a disability is publicly targeted and then administratively isolated after exercising his rights, it amplifies the constitutional harm, creating a disability-based chilling and democratic participation. Speak up and you will be punished. Isolate and publicly undermine. The purpose ordinance appears to be yet another tool in this discriminatory campaign. Nowhere does the code accommodate or even acknowledge the rights of officials with disabilities. To the contrary, it imposes rigid conduct requirements and mechanisms that ignore the need for reasonable modifications. For example, the ordinance will potentially authorize the council to restrict the manner or means a member's participation through temporary limitations on participation in specified assignments or temporary adjustments to access to non-public information. If such measures were applied to me, they could effectively undo accommodations that have been granted for my disability. For instance, if I require information in a certain format or advanced access due to processing needs, a restriction or information access could conflict with accommodations. There's no provisions ensuring that any governance measure will respect an official's disability accommodation or rights. The mandatory acknowledgement section 2-703 makes no exception or allowance for disability. It requires me to personally affirm understanding and agreement to all rules, even though some of those rules as written might not account for how my disability affects accommodations. By forcing an unconditional agreement, the city could later claim I waived my ADA-related objections, which is improper, ineffective under the law, and one cannot waive the public's interest in non-discrimination. Moreover, if I decline to sign because I need an accommodation-related clarification, I could be punished immediately. This is cohesive and at odds with the ADA's interactive process ideals. Notably, one provision in the definitions section specifically includes automated systems or digital assistants, including prompts, inquiries, responses, outputs, as part of the document and information that a council member must preserve and potentially disclose. This unusual focus is on digital assistance, which presumably refers to generative AI tools and other modern tech. Strongly suggests a targeted intent. I have, in fact, utilized supportive AI, disability assistance, and other digital tools as part of my work for research, drafting assistance, and to help manage the heavy information load. Something particularly useful given to my colleague profile. There is no legitimate reason to single out AI tools in a code of conduct except to constrain my ability to use them or to intrude upon my workload. By casting a wide net over in AI-generated content related to city business, the ordinance seems designed to either chill my use of assistive technology or create a pretext to accuse me of some violation if I use such tools without later surrendering every prompt output as city record. This raises both privacy concerns and ADA concerns. Privacy because it seeks potential access to my personal device outputs and cloud data and ADA because it effectively discourages me from using those tools that mitigate my disability. The city should be encouraging the use of adaptive and effective tools to help any official perform their job, not outlawing or stigmatizing them. This provision is a glaring red flag that the ordinance is crafted to micromanage and target me personally, rather than address any generalized city governance issue. In Evergreen, the ordinance, when viewed in context of the city's pattern of hostility toward my disability, it is very likely to be found discriminatory. It appears to be part of an ongoing pattern of retaliation, harassment, and public disability-based discrimination against me, led by Mayor Lopez Villado and Councilmember Wu. Their fingerprints are all over this ordinance, and indeed the ordinance's most concerning provisions align with past grievances they have voiced about me. My communication style, my use of technology, my persistence in oversight. Using a city law to formalize discrimination only compounds an illegality. I remind you that disability discrimination by a public entity can result not only in injunctive relief.
We're gonna. I'm sorry. I think that I see the public falling asleep there, and
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Anyways,
you're more than welcome. You can forward them the copy. Letting him speak. There's a lot that could go on. Now that I know you keep referencing your email to our attorney Tom O'Connell. Now you've read that. Now, can you ask specific questions? And again,
I have a question.
Okay. Let me, Councilman Wu, and then I'll go with yes.
The code of conduct is not target one person or single or any person. The code of conduct that is for 25 years. Okay, we haven't have an update, and it comply to 5 of us, including myself. And you've been accused. I have my fingerprint. I haven't talked to Attorney O'Connell at all, and this is what their integrity to check everything about all other city, about what this and that, and a lot of detail. I think our Mayor Pro Tem Cantor know much more than me, but again, this is basically try to have a common sense, try to have a courtesy to each other and to the staff. It's not retaliate or anybody. Last time when this code come out, we discussed, and 5 of us all agree that this is not only for us. We're not going to sit over here forever. This is for now and the future. And it's a basic guideline between the elected and the staff, how we treat each other. We get elected doesn't mean we have a superpower and we become their supreme boss, anything we can just barge in. I think the common courtesy and the common sense, and everything goes through the city manager, channel command. He's a CEO. We hire him. He's in charge of everything. That's why we only talking to him, and then anything he need, we need, then he will go to his director and get back to us. And this is always what practice for 10 years. That's how I deal with the city manager, because city manager know and he run the city. He must know what's going on. And that is what always the common practice, I think, all the council. And barely go directly to, a director, to asking for some document, this and that. I will ask for city manager to provide the document and what the issue, this and that. And then you will bring, finance director, this and that in the meeting and explain to the thing and this and that. I think there's a proper procedure. And this guideline is just want to give people some guidelines. So we have something, the city have something to base on it. Attorney have something to base on it. Otherwise, somebody will say, hey, we never have this on the code of conduct, so I can do this. But before, now city council will do this, but certainly, some people want to do something extra. And regarding the ADA, speaking true, this light is really hurting my eye. I try to bear with that because a common day and to one council member, and with this lie, I might have an eye doctor to check about the contract and this and that. It's really shocking to my eye. So to accommodate you doesn't mean it's going to hurt other neighbor or other city council, and maybe I will apply the ADA too because of my eyesight get hurt by damage by this. Because this is really, really strong lights over here. Another thing, you're talking about accommodate ADA, this and that. When you were the appointed, planning commissioner, you never request anything.
Point of order.
You never request anything. Why you get elected, sir? You
have a point of order.
Everything.
I have a point of order.
No, I haven't finished. Let me finish.
I have a point of order. City attorney, I have a point of order.
Don't interrupt me.
City attorney, I have a point of order.
The chair should recognize you and allow you to state your point of order and then make a determination.
State your point of order.
So you should ask the
point of
city
your order?
attorney for legal advice, because now he's going into reasonable accommodations that he does not have the legal right to talk about about reasonable accommodations that he's not entitled to talk about. He should talk to the city attorney, get her legal
Councilman
advice.
Gutierrez, you already have opened that up. So
I did not talk about.
I'm going to allow.
I did not talk. That's
Point
not how the law works.
This is all true
That's
and
not
fact.
how the law works.
If you don't want people to know,
You're violating my ADA rights, my
They
privacy
sue the
rights.
city, sue
I'm going to sue you for violating my rights.
All right, that's
constitutional
enough.
rights,
That's
okay?
enough.
So anyway,
what's gonna
why
happen.
after you got elected?
As long as Councilman Wu, as long
You're
as
going to speak up about
hold on.
illegality of ADA accommodations being discussed on this floor?
Councilman Gutierrez, Councilman Wu, as long as you do not go into the details.
I'm not going to
of
detail. I'm
his-
talking about why
not
suddenly.
going into the details of the.
Okay, I'm talking about why suddenly he want this, want that, and want the extra food, this and that, and create a burden to the staff. The ADA is about, okay, we have another, okay, male protein, okay, he never requests anything.
That's illegal. Stop comparing disabilities.
So no matter what, you use an ADA to protect you, but how about the rest of our council? How about our right? How about my right over sitting here, the lights shouting, point to my eye? Do I have a work come?
You could tell the EEOC, a federal judge, why you.
So anyway, what I'm saying is this. Certainly you have all this accusation, okay, regarding all this and that, but the truth is this code of conduct is the guideline. It's that what now and the future all city council should base on that as a common courtesy, a common sense. Like you go to people's home, you just not barge in. You need to make an appointment. Okay, they just come in and want to talk to city attorney, a city manager and take all his time, this and that. All five of us, we have to make an appointment, a common courtesy. I think this is what code of conduct is about, but we just kind of detailed wording. So I waited second, okay, from Mayor Porter regarding, okay, regarding the amended some of the wording to make it more round and protected.
The code of conduct is not only STEM as you alleged or put all the blame on me and attack me on a lot of other issues. This code of conduct is a consensus of just everything that's already included. I know you mentioned about like trainings. Well, we do get trainings. We get mandated trainings, ethics training. I know I'm still doing it halfway. It's a 2.5-hour training that I need to complete, but we all need to complete. There are already guidelines and rules that is already in place that this code of conduct is now just showcasing. This is also the protection of the staff. We've had issues and complaints from the staff. We had issues and complaints with the public. And so this encompasses for all of the protection of the public, the staff, the colleagues. It's a protection for everybody. And this is setting a standard for just those that are current and then those that are going to be in future offices. This is not targeted at one. We'd like to make sure that we prevent abuse of power. I mean, we hear it from the residents in regards when they're talking about us. Well, this prevents that, prevents abuse of power, prevents the, abuse of ADA, abuse of anything. And, here, as I mentioned, sometimes in public we say things and there's a lot of things that are done behind the scenes that, can't be said or can't be talked. And I wish we could, but all this needs to stop. The pettiness, the drama, all that needs to stop. This is just a standard. And now I bring this forth to you to allow you and give you the opportunity. I mean, I know you sent this email, CC'd the world, CC'd the news media, the TV stations, the newspaper. Every time you send all these emails, you love to bring out and showcase to the world all this. And they only hear one side. I don't speak and say all these different things that you done. And these ADA stuff, there's a lot of ADAs that was not mentioned before. I know, like the lighting, we have closed session. That lighting is not even, that's not even touched. But we're not going to go further in details on those. And I'm giving you the opportunity to ask specific questions, because if you are hiding behind the rules here, these are common courtesy. These are also respect. These are things that everybody agrees on. And it's that management from city manager to the council thing. I know that they mentioned earlier. These are already in place. And so if there's an issue, I want to make sure that there's no legality issues, because, you threatened to sue us. Here we go again, another lawsuit. And so I want to make sure it's all hashed out right now, make sure it's covered, let the public know, because things are always done behind and it's like nobody really knows. So this is your opportunity, Councilman Gutierrez, to ask questions.
I haven't finished my time yet. Okay, I want to conclude what I'm just saying. So basically, what I'm saying is this. This is code of conduct. Again, it's for us, for everybody. It's not single or any person, including myself. I have to comply too. And see, when we debate over here, and this is clearly evidence, example, when I say something he doesn't like, I'm going to sue you. So that's what the so-called retaliation, this and that. It's not from us. I never say I'm going to sue you if I listen to something that I don't like. But right away, just say I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue this and that. So this is intimidation, and that's why we try to use a code of conduct. We have a freedom of speech. We're here to debating about what is good or bad. If any change, should we change? I agree with Mayor Proton, Canto regarding some of the he want to change as attorney. Attorney say yes, there's add value. So in that way, let's make it better for the future. Not just you. Nobody, and target you or target myself or target anybody. It's something we want to make it. This is something that good for the future. So any add-on and this and that, it would be perfect and welcome. See, discuss about this right away. You go into the confrontation. I'm going to sue you because you say this and that. How can we debating over here can be freely without worry about we're going to sue each other? We're not get elected, come over here, try to fight and try to sue each other. I think we're here and try to find something can better for our council, our future, and our city. And that's what we're sitting here for. So it's not for you, for me, for any council, for their individuality or for their personal right. It's more about it's a public. We get elected for public betterments. And that's why we're here, spend time. And now see, we only item number 4 is already past 10 o'clock. I think this is like we're going to go to midnight for something that can be easily to agree upon and changing some wording you don't like, but comply for everybody and the future. So thank you, Mayor, to let me finish.
And I know Councilwoman Diaz wanted to say something.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just find this very interesting, or I guess I'm a little confused, that the last City Council meeting, this code of conduct was revised to accommodate Councilman Gutierrez's liking, and he agreed to it, and we all, I think it was 5-1. And today, we received this email that he was reading, and at the end, threatening to sue only the 3 of us, though. He doesn't threaten Councilman Contos, which I have no idea why. He agreed to the code of conduct, so I'm confused about that. But isn't that a threat? I mean, you're telling us that if we do not withdraw from this code of conduct, that you're going to sue me and the city? I don't understand that. And I'm sure we'll have to deal with that because I'm sure there's going to be many more issues that we'll have to address. But I just think it's unfortunate that we spend so much time on things like this that are meaningless. We have a code of conduct. Every government agency has a code of conduct, and we all have to sign the acknowledgement. I thought we satisfied that at the last City Council meeting, and I guess we didn't. So that was just a comment I wanted to make.
Thank you. And again, when we discuss the code of conduct, Councilman Gutierrez, this protects you as well. This helps prevent others from bullying you or anything. So it actually helps you. In here, Mayor Pro Tem Cantos offered some solutions and changes. Now, again, I'm going to ask you, what is it in this code of conduct that you disagree with? That, I mean, I know they've heard this, the story and everything else, but can you ask specific? We have our attorneys here. We have the code of conduct here. The attorneys read your email. And so please, if there's specific questions or things you disagree in here that you want to see changed or anything, offer those solutions. So by all means, this is your opportunity to ask those questions.
Yes, so you wanted me to read it, so that's why I read it. So in regards to Councilwoman Diaz, she asked a great question. Why am I bringing up these new concerns now? And so I had the opportunity to email civil rights groups and the First Amendment Coalition, and they raised some of these red flags to me. And so when they raised them, when other lawyers raised these red flags to me, I responded by sending this email to Mr. O'Connell and the City Council. Now, when it comes to the law, there's case law that specifically states that if you violate another council member's constitutional rights, he can bring claims against a council member. And when my disability rights continue to be discussed and violated, I have a right to defend myself under the law. And so Councilmember Cantos has mentioned some great changes, and I support that. And all I'm asking Mr. O'Connell to do really is to review this again, maybe speak to a constitutional lawyer, maybe speak to a Brown Act lawyer. You have a large firm. I'm sure it's not hard to get some extra advice, and just make sure that you're writing this code in a way that doesn't violate anyone's constitutional rights. I don't think the overall picture is wrong. I think you have some areas where it's contradicting itself. And I think you stated that earlier, that one area says one thing, but then you cover it on a different section. And you kind of you can't. Why do we have
that just so I can look at what you're talking about?
So, we're not going to play this game where I'm talking about. I don't have it in front of me. I'm trying to tell you something in general terms. You're trying to make me look like I don't know what I'm talking about here. So, I'm telling you, all I'm asking for is not only incorporate Councilmember Cantos' concerns, but also get a second opinion. Make sure that what you're telling us to approve, like the mayor said, that it could protect my rights too. But the problem is you need to make sure that it does not violate people's rights, because you have case law where some of these areas are contradictory. And all I'm asking for is to go back and take what Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Cantos has indicated, and also get while you're at it, get a second opinion. Make sure that a constitutional lawyer or a Brown Act lawyer.
Councilman Gutierrez, when this has been brought up, they took a lot of time and brought it to different attorneys. Now I ask you again, what specific questions? No, it's not. Here we go again.
I'm making us.
I wish, please share that other long email that you sent to the city attorneys, threatening the attorneys. And the attorney did ask, what lawyer?
Talking about a Brown Act violation? Or which one are you talking about?
I'm just saying we want specifics. You want to bring in a lawyer. You apparently use a lot of AI, and then you said you get free legal advice. Well, ask specific questions. And here, what is
the First Amendment violation?
Okay, here we're going to ask you a specific question. In this code of conduct, what rights have been violated on your First Amendment, and what rights, disability rights, does this violate?
There's no provisions in the code, Letty, that addresses protections or vice versa. There's language in the code that contradicts case law.
Can you please explain which one?
Well, you're going to give me an hour to do that? There's no time for that. All I'm asking for is let's incorporate what Councilmember Cantos said and have him double check the work.
Okay, point of order. I already second. Okay, Cantos, would you please, roll call so we can move on.
I want to make sure that knows with, I want the opportunity of the attorneys to make sure that the concerns of all this is there is no violation, there is no legality issues. I would like to give you the floor an opportunity.
I just want to make sure procedurally we're on the same page here about what would happen next, because it sounds like we have two different proposals of what would occur. Councilmember Cantos has proposed certain very finite, specific changes to the Code of Conduct. I believe that we discussed some of those changes, and I believe that Councilmember Wu would like to move essentially for those changes to be made and to bring back the Code of Conduct to the next council meeting to be voted on. And essentially that would be a second, well, I will defer to them on this, but that would be the equivalent of a second reading since we're making those finite changes. So the Code of Conduct would be approved. The converse of that is Councilmember Gutierrez is asking for a total review or re-review of the Code of Conduct without, I don't have specific direction of what it is that he would like to change. If you have specific...
My email, but that's not my request, just to clarify it. I'm agreeing with Councilmember Cantos' motion, and I'm asking you...
Okay.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Cantos' motion. And what I'm asking you to do as a lawyer, licensed in the state of California, and part of your ethics as a lawyer with the State Bar of California, to do some extra diligence. I'm asking you to make sure all the wording is there is constitutionally okay. But I'm going to go ahead and support Councilmember Contos' motion.
Can I ask, are there finite things that we can make as a change? Because what would happen with what you're saying is the next council meeting, we would not be able to vote on the code of conduct.
Exactly.
And so if you have something that's finite, so for instance, you brought up the AI tools, and you said, I think that was the last thing that you had just talked about. Is that right, Councilmember?
Yes.
Okay. So you had said, notably, one provision, definition section specifically includes automated systems or digital assistants. You go on to say, I have, in fact, utilized generative AI and other digital tools as part of my work for research, drafting assistance, and to help manage the heavy information load, something particularly useful given my cognitive profile. There is no legitimate reason to single out AI tools in the code of conduct except to constrain my ability to use them or intrude upon my workflow. So is your request that the preservation or document definition related to AI be taken out of the code of conduct? Because that would violate, I believe it's Government Code 6252, for the definition under CPRA of what is a document that's supposed to be held by a government entity when something's used within official business or official duties. So
you don't clarify that if you're seeking medical, exempt.
It actually does. That's why I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. Just like we did with Councilmember Contos, if we're on a completely different page, I'm happy to do that. But documents means all writings and recorded information. This is page 3 under section 701. Documents means all writings and recorded information, whether tangible or intangible, regardless of form or medium, including paper, electronic, digital, audio, visual, or database materials. Documents includes letters, memoranda, notes, reports, drafts, photographs, recordings, spreadsheets, presentations, calendars, logs, databases, electronically stored information, metadata, and versions thereof. Documents also include content generated, stored, transmitted, or relied upon through artificial intelligence tools, automated systems, or digital assistants, including prompts, queries, responses, outputs, drafts, summaries, or analysis, to the extent such content relates to city business or city governance.
Yeah, so if you're going to say if it relates to the California Public Records Act, why don't you define that in there? To make sure you're not going overbroad.
Well, that's what we did. That's why I'm trying to make sure that
Did you put that it's in accordance with the California Public Records Act?
I don't want
to. Allow him to finish, please.
He's asking me.
No,
Go ahead.
He's speaking.
So you were saying that there was no reason for it to include AI and that it could potentially. Hold on, let me try to find your email again. I apologize. It could potentially make it so that someone is going to look at personal devices, I believe you had said.
Well, why would you put an AI thing in code of conduct? I don't understand the nexuses.
Well, it's a definition of the term document, and there's a preservation section of the code of conduct that says that if during a review of some kind of accusation, this would be 2717, that they could send you or any other council member, a preservation of documents, communications, and records, which again is just codifying California law.
Yeah, if it's a preservation notice, that's fine. But also you're saying it relates to the California Public Records Act requests. And there's some exemptions under that act. So all I'm asking for is speak more. If you could clarify it more clearer. So like you said earlier today, you want to create a code of conduct where an attorney doesn't have to repeat himself every other month, reminding us what certain aspects mean to us. So all I'm asking for is some more clarity. If it makes it longer, it makes it longer, but at least there's clarity so we don't have to continue to debate what something means in the code. Sometimes the more writing, the better to understand something.
So what else would you want us to take a look at? Because this is one that you identified as being illegal in your email, and it appears you're now satisfied that...
Well, what I'm saying is there's been comments made by the city attorney, not Brittany, but the other city attorney.
Okay.
And so we're not going to go that well down that route. So I'm only going off based upon what I've been told, what I've been criticized about, and if a code has specific terms and aspects of the code that are intended to somehow retaliate or chill, then we have a problem. But if you're saying that this is in relation to a court preservation notice or the California Public Records Act request, why don't you put that in there? Why don't we make it more clearer?
You would want us to state in the code something along the lines of this is following current law?
Yes.
It says that in there.
No, following the California Public Records Act.
So you'd want it
that way you're not expanding its definition.
Point of order. Okay, I think otherwise you guys will be debating all night. I really don't want to listen to the attorney, please. Okay, I think we already have a motion. I have a second. I've been waiting for 2 hours ago. Can we roll call, please?
Madam Mayor, I believe we just need to clarify on the record whether you guys are identifying specific changes.
The specific,
and what those are.
We already mentioned.
Specific
we want
changes
to change
can we just have Mr. O'Connell identify those specific changes so there's
this is from
confusion.
Councilmember Contos' changes, is that correct?
Correct. And I second it. Okay. And roll call, please.
Okay, calling roll call. I have a first from Mayor Pro Tem Contos, second from Councilman Wu. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
You're laughing
Aye.
at me, Mayor. I'm
That's okay. I can laugh. I can get
I'm
angry.
saying yes to
Mayor.
the Mayor Pro Tem.
Let's point of order. Let's continue on.
Let's move on, please.
Move on. All right.
Disrespectful.
That is item barely 4. All right. Now to item 5. Councilman Gutierrez.
And I still stand.
Item 5,
Can I
please.
talk?
No, item 5. Yes, you can on item 5. Thank you.
Yeah, you made me read the email. You're the one who wanted me to read it.
Item 5.
And you complained.
And actually, in reference to that email, I could like to the public if they can post it. So that
I already gave it
Let's
to the
move on,
clerk.
please. Let's move
Already
on.
answered.
Item 5.
Item number 5.
Yes. So ROPES, ROP stands for Recognized Obligation and Payment Schedule. That just means a list of old bills the city is asking the state of California to pay.
It's item 5 is request for proposals for assessment, engineering service, and
Which one's
budget.
that one? Okay.
Item 5.
That one. How much? So we're increasing we're doing a budget amendment to it.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
We're asking for.
And where are we getting that money? Is that money coming from maybe that's a Karen question, but is this coming from the reserve funds? Is reserve funds being transferred to the general fund?
Oh, the items that are listed to fund the engineering, sorry, I'm short. The items to pay for the engineering assessment, it's not going to be coming from general fund. I think we listed here in the budget amendment, the proposed amendment is out of special revenue. So your maintenance districts, your sewer, not general fund.
So that one, no reserve funds have been transferred over for this?
Not general fund.
Okay. So no reserve funds have been transferred for this specific item?
Okay, let me just pull this item really quick. If you look at the budget amendment attached, I believe that's located in the second to last page. And I'm referring to Exhibit A. And it's budget amendment number 2026-17.
Mm-hmm.
On your far left-hand column, we list all the different fund numbers where these monies would be coming from. And in identifying all these special revenues, I confirm that there are reserve funds to cover these costs. So again, no general fund monies will be used for the proposed engineering assessment.
So reserve funds, okay. And currently, does our reserve funds meet the state auditor's requirement of the percentage that was required in our reserves?
If you're referring to the general fund, the reserve requirements that we are recommending and that we are abiding by is 18%. We currently are there. However, the request for staff agenda item number 5, no funds are going to be coming from the general fund. Again, these funds are non-general fund monies, and they are special revenues.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Madam Mayor, move approval.
Second.
Roll call. Roll call vote. Councilman Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion passes. Item number 9, Councilman Gutierrez.
Let's see. So this is our first quarter financial report. Or?
Yes.
Did you have his question?
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Good evening, everyone.
If you could just tell the community what this item is.
Absolutely. I will give you a brief overview of the staff report. So tonight for your consideration is to receive and file the very first quarter financial report, and this covers the period of July through September of 2025. So the purpose of this report is to provide an overview of the city's general fund condition. And as you know, the information presented in this report is preliminary. So in the first quarter, or 25% over the period, 20% completed, the general fund revenues are approximately 4.8%, and expenditures are at 24.7% of the budget. In dollars, revenues are $4.7 million, and expenditures are at $24.2 million, which is a net negative of $19.5 million. Compare that to last year, same period of time, we were at a negative 18 million. So as you can see, we are trending similarly to that of the prior year. The reason for the negative net difference is primarily due to the lag in the property and sales tax revenues. Our very first property tax in the fiscal year was not received until December, and that was in the tune of 6.9 million. And the sales tax was received in September of 2 million. So the general fund revenues is approximately 4.7 million, and again, this is typical in the prior periods. As for the general fund expenditures, we're at 24.7% or 24.2 million of the budget. Same period last year, we were at 24.3. As you can see again, we are trending similar to we have in the past prior year. We're requesting approval of additional general fund revenues of $200,000, and this is for the mutual aid reimbursements, and an additional expenditure appropriations of $281,940. These expenditure appropriations are for mutual aid overtime of $225,000 and leave payouts amounting to approximately $57,000. So the net impact on general fund is $81,940, and that will be coming from the general fund reserves. Now, as you know, the Sportsplex is a recreation facility which has amenities including the softball play fields, the playgrounds, restaurants, and a pavilion. Well, earlier in the fiscal year, we had emergency repairs to our Sportsplex tent. That was approximately $400,000. Insurance covered approximately $268,000, resulting in the city bearing the remaining cost of approximately $132,000. So this evening, we're requesting a budget amendment for this emergency repair to the tent. Now, lastly, we're fortunate to have received additional state Homeland Security Program grant funds, and we're requesting a budget amendment of $17,140 to reflect additional grant funds. With that being said, I'll cut it short. It's late. Be able to answer any questions that you may have.
And did we ever get FEMA money for the sportsplex? I mean, for the what's it called? Sportsplex, right?
Sportsplex.
The Sportsplex, we received the funding from the insurance claim.
What happened to FEMA?
I have not seen the FEMA monies come in. As you know, they may take some time.
We should have been here by now.
You have a question?
Go ahead.
And I want to follow up. Okay, as I remember, I think my Krista waiting the roof will blow away, and we called. At the time I was the mayor, so I called for the and the city of emergency. So we called FEMA to pay for the big loss. And I remember that time you work for FEMA, you say we should get a grant. So we should have the money from FEMA. And I remember my Krista told me they're waiting for FEMA approval because there's a big hole on the top of enclosement of a soccer field.
I can double check to see if
maybe Mike Krista can answer the question. We went through the FEMA, and the FEMA should pay us.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Everything was submitted to FEMA. Everything from the windstorm, from not only the sportsplex, but throughout the city has been submitted as far as fires time and all those things. I do not know if there's been anything paid from Cal OES, but everything has been submitted. The only thing I'm aware of is the insurance claim that we made currently, and CJPIA paid us back for the repairs.
My understanding, not only the sportplex, the roof blow away, and the FEMA, we went through the FEMA for the lost. Okay, also I think our Cortez Park, the roof, same thing too. Okay, and I think the FEMA, we've been waiting, and we told the people, say we're waiting for FEMA approval.
That was during the windstorm.
That is correct.
We call for the city of emergency.
Yeah, a couple things I want to clarify. We did submit both roofs. We submitted everything from the sportsplex, and we also submitted Cortez Park as well. The repairs at Cortez Park, all FEMA was covering was the damage, because there was only about 600 square feet of damage, and the roof is 1,500 to 1,800 square feet, if I remember correctly. So the 600 square feet that we could report was submitted to FEMA or to to FEMA, and then the entire sportsplex was submitted as well. Like I said, I don't think we've gotten any return on that, on top of the tree damage and the staffing. So all those things have been submitted, but I do not believe we'll come back to it.
Question. Okay, when you submit to them, they should tell you the approval or decline or this and that. Do we have any communication? Are they going to pay for it? Just check in the mail, or they're not going to pay at all?
I do not want to defer. I don't have the answer. We go through that process and go through the Cal OES process with the fire department. So we work together with the fire department, get all financials, and then submit it all at the same time. But at that point, I am not aware of any communication. I cannot confirm.
I remember again, because that is the very expensive repair, and we've been waiting for FEMA adjusters to show up, and finally you told me it show up. And we've been waiting for a while. So we should have something. If they show up, and they inspect, and they will pay for the difference. Am I right?
Absolutely. Just please understand that reimbursement from any federal agency does take some time. And I do apologize for that. But any assistance anybody can give us to expedite reimbursement would be greatly appreciated. But please do understand that reimbursement from federal and some state agencies, it does take some time.
So meaning they didn't decline, it's just slow. So money will still come to you, I hope.
Slow, there are processes they must go through, so it does take some time.
And the government shut down too, okay, so.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Any additional questions?
Yeah, I think, if I recall, the city advanced money to fix the repairs, but FEMA or the federal agency should still reimburse the city. So maybe our Cal OES regional contact person could contact, I forgot her name, but he could contact her and find out what the status of that is.
It's a great suggestion. We will do so. Thank you.
Great.
Any other questions?
That's it.
We just want the money come back. So put a smile on your face. Move the motion to approve, please.
Second.
Roll call.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion passes. Last consent item, number 10, Councilman Gutierrez.
Now that's the
Hello again.
ROPs. Okay. So the ROPs, which stands for Recognized Obligation Payment Schedule. That just means a list of old bills the city is asking the state of California to pay. So,
Would you like to give me a brief, I can give you a very brief report.
Yeah, if you want.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. As Councilmember Gutierrez stated, that the ROPS does stand for the Recognized Obligation Payment Schedule. I'd like to just further explain that. It was pursuant to ABX 126 and also the subsequent amendments thereafter. We refer to those as the Dissolution Act, and it required the dissolution of the redevelopment agency. So on February 1st of 2012, the city elected to serve as the successor agency to the former West Covina Redevelopment Agency. Now then, pursuant to the Health and Safety Code, Section 34177, Subsection O, Subsection 1, the successor agency is required to file the ROPS. Again, that is the Recognized Obligation Payment Schedule annually, and is to receive funds to pay for the former redevelopment agency's obligations. What are eligible obligations? Well, they include bonded debt services, reimbursement of the housing fund that was used for state-mandated property tax shifts, loans from the city, legal services, administrative costs for winding down the successor agency. So with our request this evening, we're asking for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $14.9 million on the ROPS. However, please note that the Department of Finance has previously denied $12.6 million. More specifically, we're denying funding for successor agency legal expenses, repayment for the city administrative overhead and construction costs, the sales tax reimbursement agreement, unfunded pension liabilities, and retirement benefits, of which totals approximately $12.6 million. So overall, with that being said, I do anticipate and I do hope that Department of Finance approves our remaining portion, which is $2.3 million. And that is what is for consideration tonight. On the ROPS, I listed all the obligations that are outstanding, even though the successor agency has been previously denied the Department of Finance. We're placing it back on to see whether or not we get approved. If not, we're looking at approximately $2.3 million. Councilman Gutierrez, I hope I answered some of your questions.
Yes, and then is that the one that the state continues to deny?
You're absolutely correct.
And are we paying legal fees for that?
We are not. If you look at the administrative budget, which is included in one of the attachments, legal expenses as it relates to the successor agency, the former redevelopment agency, is very minimal.
Yeah, because
If you're still thinking on your question,
oh, sorry.
Council-
Because I got an email from the California Department of Finance, and again, they assert that we're not entitled to this. And I think one of my concerns, I just want to make sure we're not continuing to pay this amount of money. But I see line item number 76. It says $1,226,000 paid to reimbursement and advance SA expenses, legal expenses. And then our successor agency counsel is Jones and Meyer, correct?
For the reimbursement of line item 76 is for reimbursement of an advancement of successor agency expenses, and in quotes, it does his legal expenses. If we're to look at the agreement execution date on this item, it was September 16th of 2014. Unfortunately, I do not have that information available to tell you who incurred those expenses, but I can state that we are requesting a reimbursement of $1.2 million, and this is for legal expenses that were incurred prior to.
Can I ask you a question, Councilman Gutierrez? You said you got an email from California State Finance. When did you get that, and did you share that with our own finance and city staff?
Yes, I did.
Oh, when did you get the email? Because I don't know. We would like to know as well.
Yeah. Let's see. I get it. Let's see. I think on Monday, yesterday, I think.
All right, go ahead. Councilman Wu?
Yesterday.
I want to say something. Okay, I kind of know history about this because I got elected 2015 November. Okay, and starting 2016, the previous city manager Chris Freeland, okay, and the development manager, community development manager Paulina Morales, they've been asking me to help city to get this $12 million back since 2016 and 17, 18. They even want me to talk to, our senator and even last year. Okay, I think last year, that time former city manager become city manager Paulina Morales still asking and chasing this $12 million back to the city. So it look like this is back in 2014 or 13 or 12 before my time. So look like state of finance or state really owe us this money, $12 million. So otherwise, why for so many, continuity of the city managers or community service manager chasing this money back to the city? So can you check into it? I know it's easy to say, they say no, but do they really owe us money? And that maybe the debt they don't want to pay us. Okay, but are we entitled to this $12 million? We just want to make sure we don't get shortchanged by the state.
Well, obviously, we do believe we're entitled to these reimbursements.
We entitled to have this $12 million.
The city, the successor agency.
The successor agency, correct.
We place it on our ROPS, and we believe that we are entitled to it. However, the Department of Finance disagrees with the successor agency. And Councilman Gutierrez provided us a letter that was sent to the former finance director, and it's dated back in April, and it outlines the position of the Department of Finance. And their basically position is saying that these are not eligible obligations that are going to be reimbursed. So it's truly up to the city council and successor agency's decision if we want to continue to pursue this by placing these outstanding obligations, outstanding unreimbursable expenditures on our ROPS, or should we just remove it from the future ROPS? I have not had that opportunity to discuss this matter with the successor agency, and therefore we continue to place this on for the fiscal year 26-27 ROPS.
I understand, but it's easy to just waive it, delete it, $12 million gun, but I just feel like, if they really owe us, we just have to chase and they pay us back.
And we're not the only agency in a similar situation where we don't agree what is considered to be a recognized obligation. Mm-hmm. I just want to make that very clear and a statement to be made.
Understand. I think it's very important. It is possible rather than we just say, okay, take it away, take out of the book. Do you need more time to search this $12 million before you request to remove this out of, on the book? Meaning if we still have a chance or we really, because I've been helping, and the previous city managers, the staff, they want me to talk to our Sacramento and this and that. And I've been talking to, the $12 million and this and that. So if we just give up, then meaning we won't see this money coming back to us at all.
Correct. If we do not place these, what we believe, eligible obligations on the ROPS, we will not be refunded.
So basically, you solid, this is just a dream. That we will never get it.
I'm an optimistic individual.
I know you told me. Yeah.
However, do I believe that the Department of Finance will ever approve those $12.6 million that they've been denying since day one? Minimal chance.
Minimal chance.
I'm an optimistic individual.
Yes. -1.
I'd want to give the floor to Mayor Pro Tem Cantos, please.
Thank you, Karen. Especially since other cities have had similar disagreements is there a way that staff can look into the extent to which we can band together with other cities? Because if we can do that, let's say in a possible class action lawsuit against the state, for us, because if we were to band together with other cities who are being denied their fund of reimbursements for similar reasons, then would that be a possibility for us to facilitate receipt of these funds that we believe we're entitled to?
So other successor agencies have attempted to litigate against the Department of Finance in regards to what the Department of Finance considers to be ineligible obligation. I, for one, was at a city that we did try to litigate unsuccessfully. I can defer this to our deputy city attorney, and she can speak upon other successor agencies, whether or not this is a probability or not.
If the deputy city attorney has any perspective or can get to us on that, because this could be a possible way for present an opportunity for us to band together with others who still may not have pursued their full legal recourse the way we have not yet done in that type of adversarial context. But in light of their continually denying us, simply just allowing them to say no to us without our stepping up or fight, that's a lot of money at stake. $12.5 or $12.2 million is a lot
of money.
It's a lot. And if we already know that whenever suits happen, there can be settlement. So even if we get $6 million or whatever, I mean, I'm just saying that from a strategic standpoint, to what extent may you be aware, or might you be aware, is it possible for us to band together with other cities who are similarly situated, so that we can move forward with a unified potential class action lawsuit against the state for this money, for the money that we all are collectively owed?
Madam Mayor, if I may, I don't have the historical information on these issues. However, I vaguely recall that cities have tried unsuccessfully to sue the state over these funds, but my office can look into that issue and get back to you.
Thank you.
One thing is, do we have urgency to approve this? We approve, are we going to just delete the $12 million off our book, or we still have a chance to come back to address this issue? Just very difficult. I've been fighting this for so long, and now we just say goodbye. Okay.
Well, actually, for your consideration, for this successor board's consideration tonight, is to keep what we consider to be eligible obligations on the ROPS and submit it to the Department of Finance. So again, our request is to keep these obligations on the ROPS and to submit it.
I don't understand, but you're only asking for $2.1 million.
No, what I was stating is that the total ROPS, the net effect of what I believe we're going to receive. So let me just restate this. The total ROPS that we request.
Karen, hold on. The point is that if we ask for $12 million, we maybe get a couple $1 million. If we only ask for $2 million, we maybe get only $2,000 back.
Absolutely understood. And that's why we're not asking for $2 million. We are asking for almost $15 million.
Oh, yes, and I like it. Okay, yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't state that very clearly. My apologies.
You just give me a heart attack. You $2 million. I don't want it just $2 million.
I'm sorry. It's a little late tonight, so I'm a little blurry.
I mean, you plan on
apologies.
Okay. I think it's $50 million. We're asking for give us $50 million, then I'm okay.
Yes, we are.
I don't want to give up. Let $12 million.
Understood.
Yeah, and I think how we get to that large number is there's different accounts and different categories. So when you add all those accounts up, it equates to that a number, right, Karen?
Absolutely correct.
Yeah, and I know in 2024 in December, I know Tony told Mayor Councilmember Wu told me about this, and then I know Paulina has mentioned it as well. So the governor's office had set up a meeting with the city attorney's office. I think Paulina was part of that meeting. City staff was part of that meeting. I joined the meeting, and the conversation even went as far as what happens if one of the legislators were to pass legislation that gives West Covina that portion of money. And their response, in other words, was the governor will never sign it because it'll bankrupt the state because there's so many other cities in this problem. So
and plus they kind of broke too. So
Kinda.
Did anybody else have questions?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Anybody second?
I have a question. So when we approve, we not way out the $12 million, right?
No, sir. I am requesting to submit the ROPS for almost $15 million.
And
There was a second already. All right, roll call.
thank you.
Thank you.
Just to clarify for the record, the second was from Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Correct.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye, motion passes. On to department regular matters. Item 12, consideration of appointments to the Audit Committee and resolution, revising Audit Committee rules and regulations. City Manager, who will present the staff report.
Roxanne Lerma, Assistant City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor Lopez Viado, members of the City Council. Before you tonight, item number 12, consideration of appointments to the Audit Committee and resolution revising Audit Committee rules and regulation. So tonight, the City's Council is being asked to take two actions. The first is to adopt Resolution 2026-16, which amends the Audit Committee rules and regulations. And the second is to appoint the 5 members to fill current vacancies on the Audit Committee with terms running through December 31st, 2027. The Audit Committee was originally established in 2015 and has been modified several times to adjust memberships and duties. Over the years, staff members were removed to preserve independence, community representation was expanded, and the committee was renamed and restructured. As of today, the committee consists of 5 public members with the city treasurer and 2 council members serving as ex officio non-voting members. There are currently 5 vacancies on the Audit Committee. The city accepted applications as required by law, and staff recommends appointing the 5 most recent serving members: Rafael Castellan, James Grivich, David Lynn, Marcia Solario, and Deanna Stanley. Their proposed terms would begin in February 2026 and end December 31st, 2027. In addition to the proposed resolution updates the Audit Committee rules and regulations that were last amended in 2021. These revisions clarify that the committee will meet quarterly on the 4th Wednesday of January, April, July, and October. The amendments also clarify term lengths and add provisions regarding the selection of a chair and vice chair, member absences, removal of members, and procedures for filling vacancies. We are open to questions. Thank you.
Questions from the council?
Move the motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call.
I have a motion from Councilman Wu, a second from Mayor Pro Tem Contos. Roll call vote.
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion passed. Item 13 now, consideration of a draft request for proposal for federal lobbyist.
Good evening. Just looking at these both together, it was similar draft RFPs to be considered, draft lobbyists and grant writing services. We'd previously published RFPs for both in 24 and brought those proposals to council in January 25. The bids were rejected. We took input from the council, republished those RFPs in October, and were directed to pull those out of publication, which we did. And so we're bringing these drafts forward for consideration and direction. And if there is approval to move forward, we will do so, publish these. We will need to identify funding. These services are not funded in the current budget, and we'd anticipate an amendment to allocate money from the general fund for these services.
Any questions from the council?
Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem
I have a
Contos?
Go first.
Go ahead.
Oh, can you go over the specific changes that were made as a result of council input?
I'm sorry, I don't have the list of those changes. They're just built into the RFP.
Didn't have the specific changes. Okay.
Into the scope of work,
Councilman Wu?
primarily.
Okay, I have a question. Okay, currently, do we have a federal lobbyist? Do we have one or not?
No.
No, we don't have. So how long we don't have this lobbyist? in the federal? This is first question. Second, do we need the lobbyists? Okay, number three, how much it will cost the city? What kind of result they can bring anything back to us? Because currently, I don't think the federal government or state government or anybody want to give us a dime. We have an infrastructure issue, we have a fire station issue, we have all this issue, but I don't think they will give any funding. So in that way, any lobbyist will really create to bring, if they can provide the funding or the grant, okay, offset the charge that we pay them, rather than what I worry is that we pay the lobbyists annual fee, just like I pay for service for some IT guy, but they never show up. I still have to pay them, but I worry about one day I need it. So the same token, we hire these lobbyists. It's really functional for cities to spend that money.
Right. To my recollection, we've never had a federal government lobbyist. Based on the information that we got, the feedback from the last go, it was about 32,400 to 102,000 a year just for the retainer. That was an annual cost.
So roughly $100,000 a year.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, but what kind of benefit the city can get from these lobbyists? Just over there talking about this and never bring a grant to us? And then what is the benefit to the city if we spend this $100,000? Any lobbyist, the guarantee, you pay me $100,000, right, no. I give you $1 million.
Right? No, funding. They don't. There were no guarantees. Forget it.
Just give us $200,000 funding. Any possibility a year?
No, there was no guarantee of funding in the proposals, and as you mentioned, the climate is such that the
climate right now is not really friendly to the city.
We recently submitted an application for the community project funding, requesting $10 million for a fire station, and
got it. So I know they don't give us a dime.
$250,000 is going through the congressional. Or was approved by the House.
$20 million project to give us $100,000.
$250,000
for the. We haven't seen the money yet.
Well, no, but we
really maybe from the FEMA, it's something to check in the mail. It never comes.
That is from Congress.
So my point is over here. I really don't want to spend $100,000. Okay, and it doesn't have any benefit to the city unless. Okay, some kind of credibility lobbyists, okay, and that say, hey, we done this, we have to do this, we help the city give this funding. Otherwise, why we need these lobbyists if it cannot bring any result, funding, or benefit to the city? Why we need a lobbyist? What the benefit for this person that cities give them $100,000? What it to work to us? Kelly, you can answer. No.
I don't have a position on this. This was a direction from the council.
So basically, you're not sure why we need that. Okay, so I have a reserve if we cannot get benefit. Okay, maybe all the city council can share some light.
Well, I mean, if there was a different formula of payment, such as like a commission or percentage, if they get that, then they get paid versus just wishing. And if they produce nothing, we just wasted money. Is there
I think this is the standard for this line of work. All the proposals we received were retainers.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Kelly, do you happen to know with the latest appropriation bill that was just signed earlier, if there were earmarks that were authorized in that bill? I know that there was a debate with regard to whether or not earmarks were included at all. So in answer to the councilman's question with regard to even the government even giving money out, do you have, or maybe anyone else on staff, can they check to see if the congressional bill that just went through included earmarks or did not include earmarks? If they did include earmarks, that means that somebody's getting the money with a lobbyist. If they did not include earmarks, then the councilman's right about how it would not be the best use of money. But it literally hinges on that question as to whether Congress, as a matter of policy, allowed earmarks, or if it did not allow earmarks, which are currently called congressionally appropriated programs.
Right. We did receive notification from the congressman's office that the request that we had made for the fire station did clear the House. I don't know what the status is of the Senate bill.
Any other questions? Councilman Gutierrez?
Yeah, I think the congressional member had stated before when I asked him if there was a benefit to having a lobbyist. I think he said if you have a project and you know what you want for your project, then it can be beneficial if it requires like multiple people, multiple agencies being involved in allocation of funding. So it could be beneficial. But again, if we do there's no cost to do an RFP, so maybe we could hear whoever presents proposes.
Okay, follow up. Okay, what council members stated. Okay, we have a project. We want to build a fire station, and our congressman. Okay, and we told them we needed more than $20 million. So he said, okay, we're going to give you what, $250,000.
Yeah.
So it's like 1/10. Okay, maybe not even build a bathroom. Okay, so of the fire station. Okay,
grass.
So yeah, grass something. So the point is this: maybe RFP you send out, okay, and it checks that we have a project, okay, and what can you provide grant for us? What kind of guarantee? I don't know if they can guarantee all this and that. But again, just don't want to waste the money. Get a lobbyist, okay, all this over there, they dine and wine, this and that. But we just don't get result. We have no control in DC and over there. But at the same time, we have somebody over there, and they maybe represent so many cities. 100,000 here, 100,000 there. So they really will fight for us to get a grant. Because $100,000 maybe to those lobbyists is not really a lot of money. So, but for us, every dime count. So my point is this: I don't know how the city council do we need this RFP, okay, or we can research for those people, but okay, what they can offer to us. I don't even know this RFP will have any benefit to search it to a lobbyist. Maybe can create money to us, and plus kind of waste of staff time to search something that may be potentially not in this environment, current environment in the federal government right now. It's very difficult to get any money out of them. Okay, so this is a current. Maybe we should wait. Maybe next year. Maybe change of environment after midterm election is over. They may be changing a little bit more friendlier to the local government for, say, some funding to fix this and that. I don't know. This is my suggestion. I just don't want to waste $100,000 to doing like you throw the rock into the lake that you don't see nothing.
I mean, I agree. I mean, if we hold, because I know the fiscal impacts as a funding source will need to be identified for the service if approved to proceed. So with everything that's going on and with funding and so forth, I don't mind holding back, but I'll go ahead and let other Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. From my time in D.C., I can tell you that lobbyists do a lot of good work with securing funding. In this current environment, I can understand the concerns, though. So I'm wondering what my colleagues would think about our still keeping this under consideration until we see that the environment is such that we can reasonably expect that there are possible congressionally appropriated programs that can be secured. But that way we keep the door open, but then wait for a proper time when we're more sure about that. But it does take time to build these relationships with different stakeholders, which is what lobbyists do. And I can tell you that lobbyists do move things in D.C. And that's why we should still find a way to consider that if we can.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Oh, sorry. Can we get like a? Is it possible to get like an educational course from a lobbyist group to see what they do or something without committing to hiring them or anything like that? Maybe city attorney. That's a city attorney question, or
that's tough. A lot of people don't want to give their
for you for free.
Okay.
Especially lobbyists.
Right. Well, we do have we do have a state advocate. I don't know if that would.
Oh, maybe he could come talk about.
No. I think Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think. Okay, I agree with Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Kento, I think we keep the door open, okay, and let's see how the time change, because right now it's very tough. We might have a war going on, and we have midterm election. So this year, I don't think anything will happen from the DC. But we keep the door open. If we see any potential, maybe Kelly, you have your eye wide open to see any potential good thing.
You brought a good one. I mean, after the midterms.
Yeah, that's a midterm this next year.
Yeah.
So that's what I just said, next year, after
Do we
midterm.
have a motion?
To motion to open.
And we'll motion what Mayor Pro Tem Contos has mentioned, or he can motion that if you like. But
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to move to keep this matter open and to bring this back at a point when we feel that the environment has changed enough to enable us to consider the possibility of securing congressionally appropriate.
I second it.
Okay, roll call.
Keep the door open.
I have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Contos and a second from Councilman Wu. Roll call vote. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion passes. Now to item number 14, consideration of a draft request for proposals for grant writing services. City Manager who will present the report.
Kelly McDonald.
Go ahead, proceed.
Okay. Similarly, this was an RFP that was published in 24, and bids were rejected in 25. We attempted to publish again in October 25 and pulled that back. So this is a draft RFP for consideration and direction. Again, it's not a funded service, and we'd be looking at a general fund allocation if we decide to proceed.
Any questions? Councilman Wu?
Rather than hire additional person to impose another six-figure salary, okay, and because a grant writer, so we have a assistant city manager. Is that he capable to help us to look into the grant, this and that? So in that way, we can save rather than hire grant writers. We have he has a lot of finance background, this and that. So possibly he can help us. That's just my question. So how do you think, the city manager or Kelly, does he capable? Can we do that first? Okay, well then just go to hire additional. It costs another six-figure.
In speaking with some of the firms that have contacted us, it appears that the scope of work and the detail that would need to go into it would be best to contract out to have this service provided. With that, some of the people that have submitted inquiries about doing grant writing services for the city, they have different menus, everything from a retainer, a monthly retainer, to a per project or per grant writing service. So they had a full menu of how it could be funded. But currently, we don't have the capabilities in-house to research all the existing grants that are out there and to properly facilitate the writing of grants.
And I know currently that the city in different departments, and I do thank each department for writing their own grants, but sometimes the purview might be limited, or they're still missing out on other grants that they might not be aware of. With changes of staff, it just makes it a little bit more difficult when you can have a specialty. And I know I've mentioned this in the past of like grants to maximize the use, and they usually have their own databases of all the grants that we are limited to. And I do agree with per project, and this is more flexibility than the lobbyists. So I mean, I'd like to see this move forward. Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes, I think there's a lot of state money that the city is not applying for, and I think a firm, or I think part of the council request back then was also to see what would be more cheaper and more efficient if it's hiring a grant writing firm, or potentially hiring in-house grant writers.
Again, speaking with some of the prospective vendors for this type work, they have people in specialized fields. So with one firm, they may ask, what's your focus? Do you want funding for fire, police, landscape maintenance, fire mitigation, hazards, those type things. One person wouldn't be well equipped in-house to have that subject matter expertise on all the different type grants that are out there. Some of the firms we've talked to, they may have 20 people and everybody focuses on a specific type grant and they're subject matter experts in writing that type grant. So as the city says, we're looking for a grant for something specific, they would have somebody earmarked specifically to write that type grant and would have the expertise and knowledge of what grants that are available and the timing for those.
So I'll make a motion.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, we have Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my question is, what's the difference between this Agenda 13 that talks about this federal law? I'm sorry, I'm the wrong one. The grant writing proposal versus the number 6 that we're requesting an RFP for the engineering, the traffic engineering, the grant writing, administrative services, and all that. What's the difference between that?
I believe on item number 6 for the engineering proposal, we left in the part of grant writing, not knowing if the council would approve or move forward with a grant writing service. Currently, we rely on our engineering department to research and write grants specifically to engineering and to public works to the best of their ability. Okay. But if the city were to move away from relying on individual departments and went to a larger firm to search out these grants, it would just enhance our ability to garner grants.
Okay.
Great question.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
I was just going to echo support for you with regard to this item, and I'd like to move approval to proceed forward.
Thank you, and I'm going to second that.
Okay. So the question would be, okay, I based on the acting city manager, okay, suggestion would be the firm. So I agree, okay, because the firm has more people, okay, just like our outsourcing engineer, they have more people. So you hire one person, they only may be good for one thing, not, okay, because the grant not only for the public safety, they have a lot of grant for community service. When I was the ENA of, council of government, okay, then they basically talking about state has a lot of grant for hiking trail. Okay, and I think I sent it to the city manager, okay, to say, hey, maybe we can apply that grant. So because we have a lot of trail, okay, and maybe we can help to connect to all the trail. And I mentioned about that. So this is a specialty, okay, not public safety. It's a state. They want the open space. They want the hiking trail, this and that, and that they told me they have tons of money reserved. Even states broke because they're using the fund, but the hiking trail, this and that, there's another trust fund for the because they want to emphasize open space, hiking trail, nature stuff, and we have that. So maybe that we can have them to look into. So second thing is how we pay them. If we hire the firm, are they going to the grant percentage, or are we hire monthly charge? How much is that? Do we? When we go in this, are we going to be, okay, just IP so you bring back to us about their charge, or are you can basically go through the company and then tell us later about how much city going to pay?
My expectation is we would get the proposals from the different providers and come back to the council, seek direction on, do you want to go with a monthly a la carte, they have just apply for everything, or do specific grants one at a time. And some of them are matching, some of them the firm may take a percentage of the grant received, which wouldn't be out of pocket costs.
Basically, we're going to approve tonight is approve the proposal for IP, and then you will send back to us, and we can decide which company, what kind of charge, and then we can decide the time.
Exactly, and just decide what type program we want to have, a per grant, a per month, and again, it would capture everything from covering all of our departments, things outside of our city resources.
Yeah, I think the one is more motivated is okay based on the grant. The more grant, they get paid more. Okay, otherwise, if we get a fixed income, they never get a grant for us.
Well, we'll go ahead and bring that back. We already have a motion and a second, so roll call.
Okay, roll call vote. Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes, I was just going to say, if you could also, I think we passed the council request to show us whoever you pick, but also show us the top three, I think.
The record.
Yeah. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah. And then, yes.
We'll try this again. So let's back up a little bit, just to make sure that the record reflects accurately. So I have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Contos, a second from Mayor Lopez Viado. Roll call vote. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion passes. Now on to City Council reports. AB 1234 Conference and Meeting Report. Any? Seeing none. City Council request. Any? Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know that some time ago we had a conditional use permit issued to our Spotless Burger. And I would like to have staff look into this issue, this permit, and see if they're complying, because my understanding is, well, everybody has seen that place, and it's been a mess. And so I want to find out if they're complying with that. I know that we had granted them this, what is it, grandfather their drive-through. And so if they're not complying, then maybe we will take that away. So I'd like staff to look into that, please.
I will second that.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Oh, I'm in full agreement with what.
I thought you had an...
I do. But I didn't know if there was a vote for that or not.
No, I mean, there was no other disagreement.
Oh, okay,
Unless
great.
anybody had...
Well, I'd like to echo the concerns that were expressed by Matt Smith and Doug Four about the ways that the businesses have been really and I think there was another person here. Gosh, I don't remember her name. But
Tina.
Well, she penalized me by saying she'll deny me a beer now, but I don't drink, so but I wanted to echo the sentiments that they have expressed regarding the concerns relating to the higher Athens bill. And I know that Mylan is already working on this, but borrowing from what was also brought up during oral communications, if there'd be a way that staff could convene and give notice to the various businesses all around town to have them all convene and discuss these various issues about how Athens can work with them to address these issues, but not just doing it piecemeal, but giving notice to all of the businesses, so that way we can get the aggregate of what is happening with everyone and how these issues can be addressed and how the issues relating to their costs can be lowered or whatever collaboration that could result from figuring this out together. But I really worry about the things that are happening to the businesses here, and we've got to do something about it in a way that really matters to these businesses' bottom lines. So
I agree, and I second that. I don't want to see highway robbery, and we do care for our businesses, and so I'd like to see that move forward. Any other concerns with that? All right, that one's good.
The next one is with regard to our beautification again. I've gotten word that there are dead trees along the medians on Azusa Avenue, along several blocks, and that there are also people who have driven in Cortez Park, and there are tire marks all over the place, and there are other signs around of an absence of attention to beautification, and it's on the rise. I'm hearing from multiple people, and so I'm just like to ask that staff not only redouble their efforts, but when these things are visible, please to address them and not. I mean, I know that they address our concerns when they're brought to attention, but some of these things are really obvious that, with regard to like dead trees and so forth. So please redouble efforts to get these things fixed.
Second that.
Any questions or anything? All right, that passes. Next council request. Anybody else?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Gutierrez.
Never could look at the trees on Sunset too, by Del Norte.
Okay, now city council comments.
Let's go ahead with Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to congratulate our latest promotees. We have some officers that were promoted. We have some management and dispatch that were promoted, some jailers, some new cadets, and I just want to congratulate them again and welcome.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes, I'll join Councilwoman Diaz in also congratulating the men and women who were promoted and the success they continue to do in our community, our police officers and our firefighters. I wanted to also acknowledge and celebrate African American History Month. I think it's a special a month that honors the legacy of very important people like Dr. King. And I remember growing up, I think one of my inspirations growing up was Dr. King, and I think his speech went, he had a dream that one day his 4 little children will one day grow up in a society where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but rather by the content of their character. And those are words that have always inspired me, and so I just wanted to honor his legacy, and also, and that's it. Thank you.
Councilman Wu.
Yeah, and I want to follow Councilwoman Diaz regarding the Monday, the promotion ceremony. The event that we have. I want to thank our police chief. And have a leadership. Now we hire additional 5 police officers. They swore in that day, and we see that 5 young person, and plus, we have a jailer. We have a big, strong jailer, promoted supervisor. We have a dispatcher's promotion and a new hire. And we fill it up, and this is something so important for public safety. I think this is something represent the city. We continue, to improve our city, and I want to thank our chief, with a strong leadership, continue to add, we know we have some retiree, but continue to get this, and he told me we have another 5 or 6, and in the academy, so they will come out and serve our city too. So just like we can see, continue to improve our public safety agency. And another thing is, fire department, I think they're doing the excellent job, and we promise them we're going to build a station. Thank you.
Thank you. If you did register for Couples Connect, I will see you there next week. I know it's halfway full. Even though it's a couple, each individual needs to register. Dinner is provided. We capped it at a certain amount, but that would be fun, engaging, and there's hands-on activities, and you'll get something out of that. Consider it a date night if you like, but it's going to strengthen the relationship in the community. So I look forward to seeing those there next week. Other than that, I know it's a late night at your bedtime story today, so meeting adjourned.